Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
And start the session now itself. There was a little bit of a technical issue. I couldn't do it on my own, so I got assistance. And uh, still, people are joining, I guess. Right. So today we are doing a new session, and that is structuring of facilities, right? Involving facilities. So I have given I have not given a handout, but straight away I have given assignments. There's nothing to discuss about in what you call it written form in theory, but I will explain how the mechanism works with regard to structuring of structuring of facilities based on letters of credit and collection bills, and a little bit of a touch on import and import loans, short-term import loans, and the export negotiations. Right. But only thing you need to concentrate a little bit, and if there's any difficulty in this, you have to call me or text me or email me, because this is one question that you will get it for sure, right? And this is something like a forex sum. You get the same storyline where you find in the forex sum as well. That means export leg and an import leg. And in the forex sum, what we did, we determine, in the case of an importer, how much of money that he's going to pay when the bill goes and hit the bank, and how much of money the exporter will receive for his export proceeds after booking forward, obviously. So that is on the receipt and payment side. In this, we discuss on the same customer, on the same storyline, to facilitate that imports and the exports, he have to have a limit be noted in the system. If not for a limit, it's difficult to, entertain a trade finance customer. This is something like this. When a customer comes to the bank, and if he wants to purchase a check, right? Purchase check, I'm talking about domestic trade. The domestic trade is the same normal banking. So when he comes to purchase check, however much the customer is valued to the bank, he will not go ahead and purchase to unless there is a purchasing facility being noted in the system, right? So you have to have a limit note for that. The customer has to, give some collateral, that is a letter of set off perhaps, and fix a limit with the bank so that he could, for that leeway of the limit, he can get it purchased. So something like this, you find export bill purchase also, but the documentation are very complex. So we'll discuss about the documentation also as well. And there's a little bit of a mechanism also that we need to add here. But only thing, you have to give a little bit of a long ear here and try to grasp as soon as possible, so that I could straight away I can straight away go to the sums. I have given 3 assignments, 1, 2, 3. So perhaps I will do 3 or 4 sums depending on the time available. And you may have to do it and to get the practice. It is not that difficult like the forex sum, because you don't get tedious calculations, but then the same storyline, you need to have the same mindset when you are doing that, right? With the backdrop that you are going to structure the limit. Once you structure the limit, you can enter in a forward booking and treasury sums, right? Right. So we'll start straight away. I did adjust the board, the baggy board. Just let me know if I'm writing something outside the viewfinder. Please make a note in here. Hello.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Now it's okay. Right. Right. Now in a trade cycle, what you need to think is, I'm taking a very simple situation where you find, if there are practitioners, of course, you might have a little bit of a confusion in here, because the starting point is not LC at all times, but our exam purposes, we presume that the LC is the first, what you call the first starting point, right? Before the head start. So once the AC being established, once the letter of credit is established, now letter of credit is what? It's a guarantee. Basically, it's a guarantee given by the issuing bank. Issuing bank is the bank who issues the letter of credit on behalf of the beneficiary. So it's a definite undertaking, by the issuing bank, that the bank will pay to the beneficiary, provided that the beneficiary has fulfilled the terms and conditions of the letter of credit, and all the requirement documents will be stated and required by the letter of credit being submitted. In other words, if the documents are compliant, then the issuing bank will honor. Issuing bank will honor. Right? Honor is a technical term. So when we discuss about the UCP, you will get to know the meaning of honor. It is like the knighthood or in some kind of obligation that you find in common usage in English language. There's a different meaning in the Uniform Customs and Practice for the word honor. For the moment you think that the bank is paying, bank is paying. So once the bank pays, you can't recall. That's the difference between any other what you call the transaction compared with the international trade transaction. Once the issuing bank honors, you can't recall, right? So once the ACB is established, beneficiary has to perform. One way of performing is that he has to ship the goods. So once I will put in a timeline. LC will open on day 1 in revenue or in January 1st. And after 2 weeks' time, the shipment be effected by the beneficiary. Beneficiary means, in the case of letter of credit, is a seller. You will recall, for open account and for advance payment method of payment, the two parties are the buyer and seller. In case of collection, the two parties are drawee and principal. But in case of letter of credit, the two parties are applicant and the beneficiary. So you need to know these at least until the exam point of view. But if there's a trade practitioner in here, then you need to remember for life, right? As far as that you are in trade or stick in the bank. So once the ACP is established on the January 1st, within 2 weeks' time or 3 weeks' time, the beneficiary will say effect the shipment. So I will plot the timeline saying shipment. Right? So 2 weeks. That's a 2 weeks gap. Once the shipment being effected by the beneficiary, Then he will get the bill of lading. He will have the other set of documents also which will record in the letter of credit. So he will collect all the documents and send across. Send it across through his bank, that's called the negotiating bank, to the issuing bank. Now, with this assumption, the documents are compliant, right? I'm not going into detail of the documentation. I'm taking the base where the documents are presented are compliant, right? So we'll assume again there will be further 2 weeks to receive the documents. So I will plot here documents. So you are taking out the scribble, take it down as a scribble with me, right? So you'll understand. This is the first point. Now this is the timeline, right? This is the timeline. 2 weeks from the date of issue of the LC, shipment is effected. There will be further 2 weeks to receive documents and goods. Now this is a hypothesis because the goods and documents will never come together in real life. But when we structure a limit to the customer, we'll have an assumption that the goods and the documents comes together. Otherwise, it's going to get complicated to calculate, right? Customer is in front of me seated. He's telling the story to me now. That's the story that I have put on a timeline, right? By the time the customer finish with the story, I should be able to give what the limit that I intend offering to him, right? That's the package of facility, right? So after 2 weeks time, docs and goods will come. In any sum, in the revolving facility, it will state docs and goods will receive. If it doesn't state, you make an assumption saying that the docs and goods will receive simultaneously, right? If you don't write that, don't worry, you will not get marks at what you call deducted. There's no guide for the examiner for that, but that is for your knowledge I said that. So goods and documents will come. Once the documents will come, I told you that we are assuming the documents are compliant. Then these documents are demanded, right? Documents are demanded, meaning issuing bank has to pay to the beneficiary, right? This is the headache of the issuing bank. So until such time, meaning from the time the LCB is open, until the documents are received, the issuing bank has no direct liability, right? But there's a liability. It's not a direct liability. That liability is called the indirect liability. Right? Indirect liability. The reason why is just because the LCP is open, there could be a little bit of a rare tendency where the beneficiary will not show up and will not effect the shipment, meaning the event might not happen, may happen. So therefore, when you are creating a liability in our books, or means the bank's books, at the time the LCP is open, then it has to be definitely a contingent liability category. If you have a little knowledge of fundamental accounts, you will know what a contingent liability is. Otherwise, you take it down as contingent liability and peruse some literature related to accounts and get yourself brushed up, right? Contingent liability means there's no direct charge towards the bank. It's an indirect liability. Now, you'll wonder if there's no charge, why you are showing in the books? Because you are opening a letter of credit, there could be a charge after 4 weeks time, according to my example. But the indirect liability can convert into direct liability no sooner the documents are received. Right? So a lot of students miss this part. So you can't, go to the suggested answers on the past papers and get to know this knowledge because that is not being spelled out. The reason why I always suggest the trade students to follow the classes, right? So I know one student, I'm not quite sure who are the other students who are sitting for the exam, but there's one student in here. She's sitting for the exam this time. So you need to remember and concentrate at the time that you open the letter of credit. There's a charge actually, but it's an indirect liability. Indirect liability means it's a contingent liability. If it's a contingent liability, it is a off balance sheet item. Off balance sheet item. Right? It's not on balance sheet, it's off balance sheet item. So in the balance sheet in a bank, you don't see the LC outstandings, in other words. But you will see the bills receivables. Bills receivables. Why? There's a direct charge. So when the documents come and hit the bank, bank has to pay. Irrespective of the fact whether the applicant pays or not, bank has to pay, because it's the bank's obligation or the bank undertaking to the beneficiary. It's a contract between the issuing bank and the beneficiary. Applicant is not a contractual party to a letter of credit, remember. Right. So when there's a direct liability, bank has to pay. So when the bank has to pay, in turn, customer has to pay to the bank. Right? Bank will not pay until the customer pays. That is not that way. Right? Not that theory. I have to pay and have a recourse towards the customer. So usually when the documents are hit to the bank, usually out of his own funds, that is out of the customer's funds, in this case applicant's funds, the bill has to retire. Retire. I hope that you can see my writing. Retire. If retire is a difficult term, just use the word settle. 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 Right? The banking term, correct banking term is retire, but you can use the word settle also if you don't get that word. Right. So the documents has to retire, no sooner the documents are hit to the bank. So how? Out of the customer's own funds. But at the time the customer comes and tells the story that I'm going to open the letter of credit and the shipment might happen after 2 weeks' time, documents might come after 2 weeks' time from the shipment date. Now he's coming and telling in this position. It has not happened. In the future, it will happen. So the bank has to calculate the limit they are going to fix to the customer. So when we structure a limit, we'll assume at this point the customer might not pay out of his own funds. Right? There could be a tendency that there could be an incident where the customer might not have funds to retire. So therefore, bank should be able to prepare to finance. How? By giving an import loan. What loan? Short-term import loan. Short-term import loan. Right? So bank gives a SIL. Right? Bank gives a SIL. Short-term import loan. So when you structure the limit, this limit also has to be taken into consideration. So from that point onwards, the export leg starts. That's another assumption I could tell you. In these sums, there's an export leg and there's an import leg. Right? To satisfy the export, you need to import raw materials. Right? So in other words, exporter and the importer are the same person, but there are 2 legs. So that leg starts from here. That we'll discuss later. Otherwise, it's going to get a little bit of difficulty. Right? Up to this point, just let me know whether you understood. Just say yes or no, then I can proceed further. Okay. Tirini, you said okay. Right. Right. I'll proceed. Anybody else want to comment on that? Yes. Abhinuri, Naswan. Okay. Thank you. Right. If you want to have a little bit of a, in-depth knowledge, I have given a small handout prepared by me. Why I said by me in the sense, most of the handouts are prepared, extracted from the textbooks. But this particular handout I prepared. So that is why you find it a little bit of untidy form. And you will see the technical side of the security documentation in there. So if you are a trade practitioner, you need to know these, right? That is why I gave that. So we'll hit a sum straight away, right? From now onwards, we'll have little less than 4 hours, rather more than 3 hours. So we should be able to cover 2 or 3 sums to satisfy the exam level. Take the forex assignment. Not the forex assignment, I'm sorry, revolving facility assignment. Question number 1. Question number 1. And one more thing, this is not, I'm not telling to dishearten you all. The question that you are getting for the exam levels is little tougher than the question 1 that I'm going to discuss. Right? So you need to do a lot of practice and a lot of variances. Treasury sum of course easy, right? But obviously if you do all my 3 assignments, you can hit any sum, right? But then again, a little bit difficult. But then we need, if you know the concept, the basic concept, you should be able to pull through. I'm talking of how to grab that 20 marks, right? It's a very easy cake, and you should be able to grab everything from there, right? Now you have the question, I hope, at least in the soft copy form. Right, I'll read out read with you. Your valid customer Silva Limited has received an export order to buy in Italy for the supply of goods of 120 days DA terms by a single shipment to the value of euro 100,000 each month. And one more thing, this kind of sums are necessary when there's a requirement by the customer that he will have a recurrent consignments coming in or going out of the country, right? For one-off things, you don't have this kind of sums, right? You structure a limit. When a customer says, I'm a trade customer, I need to export. If you give me a good facility, a package, a good letter of offer, I will continue with you, right? So that's the background of it, right? That is why I say each month. So that is the export rate. One more thing, when you read the question, now you have the little bit of a knack of reading the forex sum, so you will see actually it's the same storyline coming in here. So you should be able to identify who is the exporter and what is the export leg and what is the import leg, right? In order to manufacture the required goods, so that's the import leg, right? In order to manufacture the required goods, your customer will have to import raw materials from Seoul, Korea. They have contracted with the supplier in Seoul. Oh, excuse me. Right. Just tell me whether it's clear enough for you, the sound and the writing in here. Is it clear enough? Otherwise, there's another class being arranged so we can shift it quickly. In the sense, I can shift it. Just let me know whether it's clear enough. Give me a feedback quickly as possible so that I could tell the technician to arrange. Anything. Right, one student of us responded saying, okay, I hope that is clear enough now, right? And if there's a difficulty, I will intend giving a small break, right? Then if you still feel that it's not clear enough, there's a blur vision, then, Charlie, thank you. Sounds okay, but the screen is not that clear. Oh. All right, Charita, might as well I'll move to another section, right? Give me a 2 minutes break, will you? I'll get it fixed that. So this I stop. You have a AC being established, then you get the bills, and after the shipment, so when the bill comes, bank will finance a short-term import loan, a sale. In between the bill and the LC, there will be shipment be defected. Right, this is the what you call the half cycle of the timeline. I will hit a sum straight away. That is the revolving facility question number one. Question number one. And I was reading the import link. Sorry for that disturbance. In order to manufacture the goods, your customer will have to import raw materials from Seoul. They have contracted the supply in Seoul to purchase the raw materials on usance LC terms payable 90 days for the rate of shipment. The LC for the import of raw materials has to be issued 4 weeks before the date of shipment. Right. So I will draw this timeline. So this is my timeline. Timeline against the transaction. So LC being established, right? LC being established. So we'll read further. It will take a further 4 weeks. I'm sorry, LC for the import of raw material has to be issued 4 weeks before the date of shipment. So we'll have the date of shipment here. So the gap between the LC and the shipment is 4 weeks in this case. And it says further, it will take a further 4 weeks for the goods and the documents to be received. Right. So the goods and documents will receive in this point, that is after 4 weeks from the date of shipment. For each export shipment, the raw materials required amounts to 80,000. So that means you open the LC for 80,000 euros. Right? And what is the now when you open a LC, it could be either site or users. Right? It could be either site or users. Right? So when you say users, it could be by acceptance or deferred payment. So instead of saying acceptance or deferred in common, you can use the word users. But there's a difference technically between acceptance and deferred. That when you are studying the UCP, you will get to know this. Otherwise, both categories could be said as users LCs. Because when the documents come, customer need not pay. Customer when have to be paid? When has to pay? At the time of maturity. That is why it says users. So when you have a users, you have to have a tenant. Tenant. Obviously, you have to have a tenant, right? So this particular LC being open under user terms, then that means there should be a tenant. If you read the third line of the second paragraph, it says LC terms payable 90 days from the date of shipment. So here it says 90 days from the date of shipment. And this for the date of shipment, right? Now see, the second paragraph being plotted in the timeline. So once you do it carefully, if you want, you can have a relook at it. Once you do it carefully, you need not read the second paragraph again at all, right? So now let me know quickly, very quickly, because we have lost some time, quickly, whether you understood up to this point, up to second paragraph, plotting on the timeline, see whether you can understand, give me a feedback so that I could proceed further. Okay, Satish Kumar, with pleasure I will do it again. Right? One more thing I need to tell you. When you have this sum, right? It's a bit of a you get a discouraging sight when you see a sum like this because of the length, right? To get rid of it, that you need to have a little bit of a gimmicks how to eliminate those things. First, try to read the import leg. Don't read the sum from top to bottom. Read the import leg first, because in the import leg only the AC starts. So you needn't worry about the export leg now itself. Yeah, you have to start the export leg from here. So you need to get the import category first. But again, this is the catchy situation. When you read the second paragraph, your eyes has to be big enough to identify quickly as possible what is the starting point. That you need to, by practice, by doing over and over again. When I say over and over again, you need not do different types of sums. Do this sum 4 or 5 times. Then you get that viewfinder, right? I'll get a 1 minute slang out of the subject. If there are guys in here, there was a veteran cricketer, now he's very veteran, called Dudi Pendis, former captain. It was the second captain for Sri Lanka after Palamur. So he faced fiercer bowlers in Australia at the time that he played. But he managed to score in one match of Jeff Thompson and Dennis Lee was operating the 40-odd marks. Then they had a tea break. Then there was because that is the first time an Asian was facing these two horrible people, that is the bowlers, the first time an Asian was facing, not only facing, but not dodging, not defending, but hitting them. So this, not the commentator, there was a reporter asked, how do you manage? What do you call what's the background of your training that you had to negotiate the bowlers like, the fiercer bowlers like Jeff Thompson mainly? Then he said, I don't see a cricket ball coming. I see a football coming. He said very firmly. Up to now, not a single person has said that. Right? So I can see a huge football coming. Because his eyes at his pupil has got big now, he can see the ball coming as a football. Just a icebreaker for that. But then again, when you read this sum over and over again, though it's written the same font, you should see the what you call the exact point of the initiating, right? So immediately you should be able to catch it. Now see, when I read off the paragraph, you should be able to catch it. Look at the what you call the sum. The LC for the import of raw material has to be issued 4 weeks before the date of shipment. That is the starting point. If you have a copy, hard copy, underline that and make a small symbol 1. So that is the first thing that you are going to read. Right? First thing you are going to read. So that's why I plotted first. LC for the import of raw material has to be issued 4 weeks before the shipment. So you say shipment here, 4 weeks prior to that, LC being open. Right. It will take a further 4 weeks to receive the goods and document. So I will plot further 4 weeks because it's a timeline, 4 weeks, and I will say goods and docs. Right? In other words, within 1 month time from the open of LCs, goods and documents are coming to the bank. Right. After that, I will give the narration of the LC, value of the LC, tenor, and kind of thing. So if you read further, you get that information. Value of the LC is euro 80,000. Right? Value of the LC is euro 80,000. And the tenor, what you call type of the LC is users. When you have the users, you have to have a tenor. It says 90 days from the date of shipment, DOS. Right? That's all. Now see whether you can understand. There were two students said, wanted me to explain again. Now Tirini, are you comfortable? And somebody else also wanted me to, I think, Satish. Satish and Tirini, are you all okay now? Yeah, Tirini said okay. How about Satish Kumar? Satish, is it Satish Kumar? Yes, Satish Kumar, yes, right. So hope that you understand. Don't worry. These are the last exercises someone will do. It will be repetition, same theory, same same approach, right? Same approach, same timeline, but there are a little bit of catchy situations. Meaning, just because you do the first sum, there could be a difficulty of getting that 20 marks from the second sum because of the variances. Right? That is different. Right. Right. Straight away, we'll forget about the export leg for the moment. And the next one that we have to read that Hamo in the question. The next one is clearing charge. No sooner that you see the clearing charge sentence, drop it, don't read. Right? Drop it because it's an off queue item. Off the queue means it doesn't come in the timeline. It doesn't come in the timeline, but then we are not going to ignore. But we'll keep in mind, we'll do it later, but not on the timeline. Right? So the time just you have to save time. I told you, you have 39 minutes, right? For a question. Within 39 minutes, you can't do this. You have to have 40 or 45 minutes. How are you going to get that time pumping? From the easy questions, mainly on the MCQ. Right? So, and also you need to practice by counting the time somehow or other so that you will not waste the 45 minutes and still not complete. Right. That's a small gimmick. So, clearing charges we are holding up. And the next very important paragraph, you have to find this paragraph in every sum in the revolving facility. The time taken to manufacture the goods and export them will be 4 months from the date of raw materials are received in Sri Lanka. That is the next important thing. Right? So, when the goods are received, that is the raw materials are received, right? And it will take 4 months to manufacture and export. So from here, it will take 4 months, not 4 weeks, 4 months, right? And what happens? It will be assembled for export. When you do the export, what happens? The customer, now the import has become an export, right? The customer will have the documents where the shipment wanted. So he will collect the documents and give it to his banker at this point. To do what? To purchase. To purchase. If the documents are compliant and if the customer is a valued customer, tested customer, where the customer has a facility, we arrange, then the bank will not hesitate to purchase. So bank will definitely purchase the bill. When you purchase the bill, what happens? Customer will get the credit. Customer will get the credit. Something like a check being purchased. Right? Customer will get the credit. So in domestic trade, what the account you debit? Checks and bill purchase account. You debit that and credit the customer's account. So check purchase account is an asset. It's an asset. It shows in the balance sheet. Here you debit the export bill purchase account. EXBP. So export bill purchase proceeds will go to the customer account. That's a little bit of deviation for my own statement. I will explain later. This is how it happens practically. So when the export bills are given, the bank will purchase. What is purchase? Not taking. You are buying and giving money. Right? Export bill purchase. Now you read have a little bit of, don't read too much. Have a glance on the first paragraph which you have missed. Glance on the first paragraph. First paragraph says value of the export is 100,000 euro each month. So the bills are purchased for euro 100,000. Now 100,000 euros. So make a note of it, 100,000 euros. Right? So when the export bills are purchased, bank will give the credit that I said. Now, before export bills are purchased, because I'm going to do the theory mildly and the timelines straight away, but the theory part I will leave out from the next sum onwards, right? So I will take a little time that you expected to explain the first question, and that will benefit you all obviously, right? So before purchasing, I told you, customer has to have a facility with the bank, right? Have a facility. So for that, the bank will need to cover them, so their interest, bank will need certain documents. In case of a domestic trade, you call for a letter of set off only. But in case of export bills purchase, right? Because that is involved in goods, which is that's the title, you need more complex documents. So take it down very carefully. Bank will ask this one time. If the export is continuing to do these export purchases from this point onwards, then these documents are not being asked. Right? It's a one-time customer. For the first time that the customer comes to establish a facility, bank will ask this document. Letter of hypothecation. Letter of hypothecation. 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 Letter of hypothecation. Right? Letter of hypothecation means those are big terms. Right? The legally drafted document is a 2-page document, A5 size, legal size, and it's the crux of that particular hypothecation is if in case the buyer doesn't pay, right? In this case, the applicant, right, doesn't pay, then the bank has the right to refer to the export linker. The bank has to have the right to clear the consignment or get the consignment and sell in auction or do whatever it is and find alternative buyer and get their charges because they have already purchased, right? When they purchase, bank has outstanding in their books as an asset that is receivable that comes to the bank's books only once the export purchaser comes in. If the buyer is a cheat and if the export doesn't take the buyer doesn't pay, the export purchase obviously will not come. So then the bank has the right of having the custody of the goods. That has to be empowered by the exporter. So that's been said in the letter of hypothecation, right? And that's another very powerful document the bank will take, a general letter of indemnity. General letter of indemnity, right? It's a very powerful document. That is for any mishap with regard to non-receipt of funds from the issuing bank. Bank will enforce this letter of indemnity from the exporter because bank has already purchased. One example, bank has collected the documents before and after that purchase, and the bank's duty is to courier the documents to the issuing bank for the reimbursement. By the time the document reaches to the issuing bank, if the issuing bank has busted, then there's no way that the money will come. Then what the bank will do? Bank will fall back to the exporter. Same thing like in the domestic trade. Once you purchase checks, say customer has given 100 checks for you to purchase. So that will be in the purchase outstanding register. When the checks are realizers, you clear off the outstandings. And if there's any residual value, you give the customer, that's a different thing. But you clear off the outstanding. Then you see at least one or two checks have got bounced back from the paying bank. Then what do? You just keep it? No. You will debit the customer's account. You will have a recourse. On what grounds? Because the customer has given a letter of set off already. Right? Likewise, general letter of indemnity is there to cover the recourses, that is the fallback action. And that's another example I will tell you, that for trade practices, if there's any in here, when the export documents are complied only, the bank will purchase obviously, and the documents are sent across the issuing bank, I said earlier. And if there's a document, if there's a discrepancy, a trivial discrepancy, that's a minute discrepancy, where the exporter's bank has overlooked, but it is a big discrepancy for the recipient, that is the issuing bank country and the applicant and the issuing bank in whole. Or if they want to reject the document because of that small discrepancy, then this bank is on spot after purchasing it. So there is a bank error. It's a bank error, not the customer's error. But even though such such anomalies also be covered in the general letter of indemnity. Third one, you have to have another indemnity, that is a normal LI. LI means letter of indemnity, not a general letter of indemnity, like every aspect is not being covered, but there are little aspects for that particular transaction. This general letter of indemnity is for every shipment that is going to make from now onward. This letter of indemnity is for this particular transaction or the particular euro 100,000 that we are talking of. Right? So this is a one-time document. This you always take for every transaction. I heard that there are certain foreign banks in our country that they don't take the LI. That is up to them. Usually you take a letter of indemnity apart from the general letter of indemnity and the letter of hypothecation. Right. So that means you have purchased export bill. Now you go to the first paragraph once again. It says your valid customer Silva has secured an export order to buy in Italy for the supply of goods on 120 days DA terms. So once you purchase the documents, bank has already funded, meaning bank has a lack of funds. That funds will get realized after 120 days, right? That means 4 months. 4 months from this date, the realized export proceeds will come. Realized export proceeds will come. Right? EXP. Right. Now we have to have another assumption. That assumption you know already. That is 4 months equal to 4 weeks equal to 1 month. When I say 1 month, is 30 days. Right? So we have assumption 4 weeks equal to 1 month. 1 month means there's no 28 days, there's no 31 days, there's no any other date other than 30 days. In other words, you have 360 days for a year. Right. So this is how this timeline is finished. Is it difficult? It's not difficult. It was difficult because of my explanation. Once you get the hang of it, it will take 5 to 6 minutes to take the whole timeline. If your timeline is perfect, right, then that means the rest of the thing is very easy, because looking at the timeline only, the next answer will be structured, right? Now you can just throw this away, throw this sum away, but still you cannot do, because the clearing charges and the import duty are pending. That doesn't come in the timeline, it's an off the queue item. So fearing that you will forget the clearing charges, you just make a note somewhere here, clearing charges. Right? I often forget for my age, so I always make it a point to make an asterisk in here and say clearing charges so that I won't miss it. Right? You are much younger than me, so you didn't mention. And one more thing, that is not a very good thing that I'm telling you. The effort that you did for the timeline and plotted is not required by the examiner. How pathetic it is. They don't require the timeline. But without a timeline, you can't do the basis of calculation. Right? And there's another, what you call the worksheet also. That's also they don't need. They only need the base of calculation and the answer. So that is why in the suggested answers, if you peruse, that you will see only the base of calculation and how they have arrived the figure of the facility. So this is not be stated. That is why you don't get knowledge or to get the know-how of what you call doing this sum. Right. So this is, in other words, this is a rough sheet, but rough sheet in the sense it's not a school exam, not an academic exam. In other words, it's a professional exam. So there's no marks being cut for untidy on in a non-presentable manner. So in the same page, you can put the timeline. And the examiner, though he doesn't require the timeline, knows that he reads that, look at the timeline at a glance, he knows that you are in. Right. Next step. Now, I told you 4 weeks equal to 1 month. So we'll plot this now. Then easy for us to calculate. So I will say here 1st January. We'll assume that the SCB will open on 1st January. So after 4 weeks means 1st February. After 4 weeks means 1st March. So docs and goods will come in 1st March. So 4 months from March is 1st July. Right? 1st July, for 4 months from July is 1st November. August, September, October, November. Right? So I have plotted and finished. Right. So you also have stabilized it to stare for about half a minute and see whether you understood, except for the clearing charges. I'm giving just a half a minute or up to 1 minute. Look at the sum again. Look at the timeline that you have just drawn up, and just let me know in the feedback when you understood properly, so that I could go for the next worksheet. Give me a comment. Right, give me a feedback quickly. Right, I'm waiting for your quick feedback. I need to know whether you understood properly up to that point, and the way that I have plotted the what you call the sum into the timeline. Give me a quick feedback, please. You're taking a little bit of a time, really thank you, but I will I'll rush again. It appears for some it's a bit difficult. Okay, I will rush again. LC being open 4 weeks prior to the letter of credit, 4 weeks prior to the shipment date, and this particular LC being open under 90 days from the date of shipment, that is the tenor, for 80,000 euros. So it will take further 4 weeks to receive the docks and goods. It will take further 4 months from the delivery of the raw materials to manufacture and export. That will be July. So once you export, you have to send the documents to the bank courier, and the bank will what you call reimburse. That is the realization date for the export bill is 120 days DA. First paragraph. 4 months from here. Up to this. That's all I discussed. See whether you can understand. Right, Purnima, there's a question from you. Yes, sir. Why we don't mention value of import LC? I did mention 80,000 euro. €8,000. See in the last sentence before last, you get the value of the LC. Right. Don't worry. Right. You will get what you call. You will get all right. You'll get the hang of definitely. Hang of it definitely. But only thing you need to feed me, because I can't read the face reading. If you are in process of mind, within which I will know who the person who did not understand or not, because of the experience that I was teaching, right? Unfortunately, I don't see you. And that is why I'm asking, I'm taking a little time and asking for your feedback. So if you are, I won't say that you are not friend, but if you are coming out of it, then I should be able to put myself down a little bit and explain in a different way, or simplify, or elaborate in a different way, because I will keep my mind that most of the people or none of you are having hands-on training in this area. That part I understand, but remember, we are studying for an exam, and that's a tough subject that we are looking at. Right. Okay, thanks for the feedback. Purnima, you are okay now? Right, I did see you. Right, okay. Right, then we are coming for the next worksheet. Now we will try to structure. Before structure, we try to determine the LC facility. Then we have to have a LC facility for the customer to open a letter of credit. We have to have a LC. Then when the documents come in March, we have to have a short-term import loan facility has to be granted to customer. So that's a loan facility. Then once he manufactures the goods, in July, we will definitely come with the load of documents to purchase. That means we have to have a export bill purchasing facility, right? And we have to have another short-term facility or an overdraft. If you are a good fund manager, in the sense if you are a good branch manager in a bank, can manage funds properly, then you can give an overdraft. I will suggest that you give a short-term loan, not a short-term import loan, short-term loan for what? Clearing and import duty. That's separately. That is off the queue. So those are the only facilities you find in this particular sum. There are more facilities for other sums for this, because sometimes there are two sets of raw materials being imported to satisfy one export consignment. So you have to have two separate LCs. And there could be a little bit tendency, that's the exam level. Could be an instance that they will, have two LCs being open for two raw materials. And one LC is site, another one is a users. So there's a complication. So at site you see a complication, but if you know how to write the timeline, draw the timeline, and know the worksheet now I'm going to say you, then it's very simple. Right. So I will take a very primitive account method of T, right? Just to explaining purposes. Once you get the art of it, once you master the thing, you can get rid of this T account thing, right? But as a practice, for me to explain to you, it's very easy for me to draw a T, right? So LC outstanding, I have only one outstanding, so I will just say LC outstanding, 90 days here. In 1st January, remember it's an outstanding account, so therefore it carries a debit balance. Debit balance. Remember, if there are anybody who is doing accounts in here, when you open a letter of credit, I have given in my handout, you debit and the outstanding and credit LC open. Right? You debit LC outstanding, you credit LC open. This is a contingent liability. These entries are called contra entries. Contra entries. This contra entry get reversed when the indirect liability get converted into direct liability. At what moment it will get converted? When the bill comes and hit the bank. So this gets reversed. The reverse means LC outstanding get credited and the LC open will get debited. So out of this contingent liability entry or the contra entry, I have taken one leg, LC outstanding, right? So in 1st January, there's an LC for $80, euros, as stated here. Then 1st February, another 80. 1st March, another 80. 1st April, another 80. So on you can go like that indefinitely until the custom exceeds. Custom will keep on open LCs every month for 80,000 euros. Right? That's what the customer says. So I need a huge limit because I'm going to open every month the 80,000 euro LC. That's what the customer says. So just because the customer says that, now you see a recurrence of the import LCs here. But when you calculate and see, you don't give a huge limit. It's not necessary for you to give a limit because this transaction, if you try to curve it, circle it, it is like this. Right? So LCs are inflated here and get depleted when the documents come. Again, it gets inflated and depleted when the documents come. So it's a cycle, meaning you don't get a huge limit. We'll see how it comes. Now, 1st January, there will be a LC. February, March, April, 80,000 each LCs will be established. Now, when the documents come in March, when the documents comes in March, what happens? The indirect liability I told you getting converted into direct liability. That means the LC outstanding should get depleted, right? And the bill outstanding goes up now because there's a new introduction. When the bill comes, there's another liability. So you get an indirect liability and a direct liability for same transaction. But it comes in LC form, subsequently comes in bill form. For one transaction, you can't have two liabilities. No. So that means this indirect liability gets transferred to a direct liability. So I will credit the LC outstanding in 1st March for euro 80. And I open another account, users bill outstanding account. Right? That goes with the explanation, right? This is a user's bill. Goods and docs comes in March. What's the bill? It's a user's bill. Why is it a user's bill? If the LC is users, obviously bill has to be the user. If the LC is side, bill cannot come as users, it has to come as a side. Otherwise, it's a discrepancy. Right. So it's a user's bills outstanding. For that we say one word, acceptance. Acceptance. So that means we have to give an acceptance facility also as well. So remember, if there's a user's LC, then you have to have an acceptance facility also to the customer. Not only LC limit, right? Now, when the acceptance account being opened, when it is being product at the first point, 1st March. Right. Now you understood the liability part of it. Now we see the behavior of this LC outstanding. In 1st January, the outstanding is 80. In 1st February, the outstanding is 80 times 2. right? 80 twice. In end of March, it's still 80 times twice because this and this will go off. End of April, this and this will go off with April and March. So any given time, the bank will fix the maximum limit to the customer, despite the fact that the customer is importing LCs every month periodically, only 80 times twice. So the LC limit is how much? 80,000 euros into 2. Now, have a glance on the last paragraph on the sum. You are required to structure a package of facilities for the purpose of servicing this order and indicate the basis on which the revolving credit limit for each facility. So you have to write the base of calculation. Up to now, you have got a single marker, remember. This is why it's time consuming. Up to this point, you have not attracted a single mark because there's no base of calculation, only I'm uttering. Right? So, indicating the base of calculation with the revolving credit limit for each facility was computed. The facilities shall be made available in Sri Lankan rupees, assuming the rate of exchange to be 1 euro is equal to 160. Right? So, there could be instance where the customer is domiciled in the rupee account or in the foreign currency account. Or he could be a FCB account holder as well. If the customer is in rupees, that means you are converting rupees and paying the bill and remit the money. So that means limits has to be structured in rupees. If there's any mortgage bonds, it has to be structured in Sri Lanka rupees. But if the customer is a FCBU customer, the bonds has to be in foreign currency and the limits has to be structured in dollars. The rupee transactions will not hit the what you call the transaction level accounts. I'm not quite sure how much of you have been experiencing those, but in FCBU, you don't get rupee transactions. There's no revaluation comes in. Right. But this particular sum, the Sumit Limited, not Sumit, is a Silver Limited, I think. Silver Limited is a DBU customer, domestic banking unit customer. So that means he will require the limit in rupees. So therefore, this has to be at the rate of 160. That will be 2 times of 8 is 160. 160 into 160, that means 16 times 16 is 256. That means the limit will be LKR 25.6 million. Right? So this is the answer. Now we have to write the base of calculation. So keep some space for the worksheet and underneath you write LC facility. Correction, LC facility within brackets say uses 90 days. That's the caption. Say, to import raw material, the same way that I wrote the base of calculation for Forex sum, you just write it. I'm not taking out of any kind of a source to write the base of calculation. I'm just looking at the sum and just putting the sum into the base of calculation. That's all. But in this case, it is very easy to write the base of calculation by looking at the timeline. Yes, Jaini. So LC outstanding account and acceptance account are asset type account to bank. Jaini is a very good question. Even my division guys didn't ask this question from me. LC outstanding, Jaini, is a indirect liability. Indirect liability. It's a contingent liability. So it is neither an asset nor a liability. That is why I said it's an off-balance sheet item. Right? It doesn't come under current assets either. But when the documents comes and hit, then the bank sees is wrong. Bank just open LC and just make it a very this thing, because bank has nothing to worry. Bank just open LC is 20% risk. That's why when you pay an overdraft to the customer, if the customer has a balance of 1 million. And if the 1 million and 100 rupee check being presented, if you pay, if I ask you what is the risk percentum to the bank, right? I will not give time for my time factor, it's 100%. Right? It's 100%. But when you open the LC, bank will not foresee 100% risk because of the contingency. It's only 20% risk. 150. Right? But when the bill comes, it's 100%. It's 100%. Did I answer your question? Right. So, acceptance accounts is definitely an asset. Bill receivable. Right. Right. So, we write the base of calculation. 1, put the facility number 1, LC facility within brackets uses 90 days. Say to import raw materials. Silver Limited. Will have to open a letter of credit for value 80,000 euro. Four weeks before the shipment date. 4 weeks before the shipment date. It will take further 4 weeks to receive the goods and documents. Therefore, LC will be outstanding. By writing, try to understand, so that I could skip the explaining answer. Therefore, LC will be outstanding for 2 months. Look at the board for me. 4 weeks. LC will be outstanding for 2 months. Therefore, the LC will be outstanding for 2 months. So that is the base of calculation. You get 1 mark. Depending on the logic that you put to the base of calculation, it will be either 1 mark or 2 marks. Right? So this particular base of calculation, you get 1 mark. If you can manage that, those few lines. Underneath, therefore, revolving users LC facility. Revolving I'll explain why revolving. You should be able to understand by now. Therefore, revolving users LC facility is equivalent to 80,000 LKR 80,000 into 2 at the rate of 160 equal to LKR 25.6 million. Right? Now see, January, February, March will take up to 3 months. Right? Here you get up to February you take, that is 1 and 2, you get 280s. So when you take the March bills come, then this 280s and the March 80 will be 380s, and the net figure becomes 280s again. So for a moment, it gets inflates and get what you call depletes when the documents come. So when the documents come and you deplete me, you can push another LC in. So once the LC outstanding depletes, customer push another LC. That's within the limits now. When the documents come, it depletes again, meaning it revolves. That is why letter of credit is a self-liquidator. right? DC is a self-liquidator. It liquidates on its own, unlike another instrument, right? It liquidates on its own. That's why I say revolving AC. That's why the subject is revolving facilities. Revolving facilities revolves, right? You have a high point and a what you call a dip point, right? So first facility is understood, I guess, and if there's a little bit of difficulty, just make a nudge on there. So we'll go further. Next facility, acceptance, right? Now you are going to put an extra logic. So that means in that base of calculation, you are going to get an extra mark. Most of the students, unfortunately, they miss the acceptance facility. They go straight away to the loan account. That means you have lost 2 marks there. So for the base of calculation, for that you get 1 mark. Then underneath you said, no, therefore that AC facility is equal to 80,000 into 2 into 160. You get 1 mark for that. You don't get for the line or the method. You get for 25.6 million. You get 1 mark. So that means you have got 2 marks now. Next one is acceptance facility. Before going to the base of calculation, let me explain. Now, in the case of, if the LC is a nuisance, acceptance facility is a must. Why is that? Now, when the documents come in March, right, bank will take an acceptance from the customer and release the document for the customer to clear the consignment and enjoy the goods. No payment. No payment until 90 days from the date of shipment. Right? So, bank will take, what you call the customer will happily take the documents and go. No payment, right? When the customer goes with the documents, what happens? He won't show up on the 90th day. Then bank is at a risk. Because the bank has released the document, bank has released the cargo also. So bank has in spot now, right? So therefore, bank will have a grip on the customer. Grip on the customer. Martha sell number. Grip on the customer. Acceptance facility. That is why you have a acceptance facility. Right. When the external facility is being booked, first is 1st March. Why is that? Documents came in 1st March. And you credit the LC outstanding account and debit the acceptance account. These things you are not going to explain. This you have to get yourself explain. You are not going to explain to the examiner. Right? You know that you also know that. So that means this is only for you to get explained yourself, otherwise you don't know what you are doing, right? So this acceptance account, remember, acceptance accounts cannot be open indefinitely. Cannot be open indefinitely. It has to be a maturity date. It is unhealthy to a bank to have acceptance accounts open. It's not an open-ended account. It's something like suspense accounts, right? So when this will get void, or rather null, at the time the bill gets matured. When the bill is getting matured, 90 days from the date of shipment, right? So acceptance accounts, within parentheses we will say 90 days from the date of shipment. So when is the shipment in the call timeline? It's February. Not that the time that document being received, but it's from the date of shipment. That is why I told you, you have to read the tenor very carefully. Sometimes they might say 9 days after sight, meaning 9 days has to be calculated from the date of receipt of the documents. Sometimes they might say 9 days acceptance, the 10 I am talking of. Then acceptance means you have to accept the documents after you receive the document. That is from March, right? But all of a sudden they might say 9 days you have to calculate, despite the fact whenever you receive the documents, but from the shipment date, like this sum. Then you have to go back to February and then calculate 3 months. 9 days means 3 months. So 3 months from February is March, April, May. So May 1st, it will come and May 1st, this account has to get null. So in other words, until May, acceptance facility is open. March, April, May and May will go off. So that means 1st April 80, 1st May 80, documents will come and hit here, once you open the NC, and when the documents will come periodically, documents will come and hit here. So the mail will go from here. From that point onwards, it will get stuck from the right hand side. So the maximum outstanding will be there in the accepted facility is twice of 80. Twice of 80. That means 25.6 million again, healthcare. So you have to appreciate, apart from the LC being fixed, the limit being fixed for 25.6 million, customer has to consider you additional collateral to cover the accepted facility also as well for 25.6, right? Right. Take the base of calculation. Acceptance facility, 0.2. Acceptance facility. Within parentheses, you say 9 days from the date of shipment. Why I'm putting that is not to for the examiner. When you say date of shipment, when you write, you will not miscalculate the maturity date. That is why here also I said I just didn't put 90 days here, but did say date of shipment, so that I also will remember to calculate from February, but not from March. Since the LC is an usance LC, since the LC is an usance, right? Usance terms, where the bank has to earmark an acceptance facility. The bank has to earmark an acceptance facility, capital A in there, and acceptance facility. Users' bills are received. Users' bills are received. 2 months after the LC being established. 2 months after the LC being established. Shipment is effected. 1 month before the docks and goods being received. 1 month before the docks and goods being received. Tenor of the user's bill, tenor, T-E-N-O-R, tenor of the user's bill, users, get the spellings right in there, USANCE. USANCE. Tenor of the user's bill is 90 days from the date of shipment. 90 days from the date of shipment. Right? Within parentheses, 3 months. Therefore, user's bill will be outstanding. Therefore, the user's bill will be outstanding for 2 months. Right? For that base of calculation, you get 2 marks. What's the extra logic? Extra logic is, since it's a user says the bank has to earmark a acceptance facility, right? So underneath, you say, therefore, revolving acceptance facility, acceptance facility is equal to LKR 80,000 into 2 at the rate of 160, further equal to LKR 25.6 million. Right. Give me a quick feedback. Understood or not? Up to the acceptance facility. Give me a quick feedback. Right? Give me a quick feedback, please. Otherwise, I need to explain again. If you need it, get me a quick feedback, please. Veduri, yes, understood. Veduri, since you are doing the exam this time, within a couple of days' time, you have to do at least 5 or 6 sums over and over again. That means you are doing about 15 to 20 sums, right? And get your what you call the speed and accuracy precise, and make sure that you write the base of calculation. The only way that I am telling, not only to Vinuri, others also, write the base of calculation without looking at, you will definitely get stuck. Then you refer again and get yourself groomed how to write the base of calculation properly. Right. Thank you for the feedback, Purnima, Vinuri, and Naswan, I guess. And we'll go for the next facility. So now where are we? We are here. We just gave an acceptance facility, and the documents came, and the bill also came. What do you call the maturity day also been done now. So this has to be null. The acceptance account has to be null. So when May first arrives, customer has to actually give money out of his own funds. Remember, in real situation, for users LCs, bank will not extend a short term. That means it's over trading or not properly planning. But there are instances, especially for drugs, right? Customer need a wide supplier's credit for him to clear and sell it. Those are not fast-moving items sometimes. So it takes about 120 days to realize monies. But his supplier, the beneficiary, will not wait for 120 days, right? He will give only for 90 days or 60 days. So he has a shortfall of 30 days. So he will come with a very, explanation and a very fairy tale story to the bank and say, here, look, I need at least 4 to 5 months to sell this goods and get the proceeds, but I am getting from my customer only 3 months. Why don't you bridge that by giving another short-term loan? Then only we consider giving a short-term import loan, right? Short-term import loan. Right. So when you give a short-term import loan, before that I forgot another thing. When you open the letter of credit, what's the document that you need from the customer? And indemnity. right? A lot of people will say LC application. LC application, when you have the word application, it tantamount to a piece of paper. Now, if you go to the application very carefully, the OLIF of the application, you find the indemnity being printed with a very tiny font. I had never read that indemnity for my life. It's very tiny. For my eyes, for my 4 eyes, I can't read that. But it's a letter of indemnity, and we force the customer to sign that, right? So that's a letter of indemnity being incorporated in the letter of what you call application itself. So LC is an indemnity. In other words, you take a customer's indemnity. Right? Indemnity. So we say LC indemnity. Within brackets, depending on the examiner, if it's a banker, he will know what an LC indemnity is. Otherwise, you just say within brackets LC application. Right? So that's the document that you take it. In case of a loan, short-term import loan, don't illustrate further. If they ask, they might ask in the first part. In the sense, in the same question, in the first part, which carries 4 marks, they will ask what are the documents that you needed. So for exports, you take the letter of hypothecation, then what you call the general letter of indemnity, and for that particular transaction, you take a letter of indemnity. In other words, a simple receipt. But in case of a short-term loan, there are various types of loans, but you just say loan agreement. Loan agreement. That's the document that you take it, the loan agreement. In case of a acceptance, you take what? Accepted bill of exchange. Accepted bill of exchange. Right? Accepted bill of exchange. Once the bill of exchange been accepted, I told you many times, once the bill of exchange been accepted, the person who accepted is bound to pay. Bound to pay. Right. So where are we now? We are in the short-term import loan. When the loan account get booked, first May. Now you see, this is how this double goes scale off. Right? This credit will go off with this 80. Right? Likewise, that's another loan will get debited to the loan account. Loan account is an outstanding account, it's an asset account, that's why I debited, right? And July 80, August 80, so on like that it goes immediately. Until when? Will the bank keep on giving import loans for the customer? That we have to see. Right. Now see, documents being received on 1st March and time taken to manufacture the goods and export taken 4 months. When you do the export, the bank will purchase. The purchase, I told you, once you purchase, you give the credit to the customer, right? But it is not so. You have to recover the loans first and give the balance residual value to the customer. So at the time that you purchase, that is in July, from July onwards, in other words, bank will stop giving import loans, right? So in other words, proceeds will come fixed year. Why fixed year? Bank has raised the monies by purchasing it. It's not realized yet. Don't do the mistake of saying here in November. Monies are realizing in November, all right, and comes and hit the nostro account in the bank. But before that, bank raises money by purchasing it. So July 1st, monies are coming in. Actually, the money goes to the customer account. Right? Before giving to the customer account, we have to recover the monies. But nowadays in the computer systems, what we do is the bank which I serve, if the money goes to the customer account and we debit the customer account and credit, because you can't just, you don't take debit the nostro account and credit the loan account. Right? So either way, you recover the loan first. Now, we are not worried. We don't know what the amount that we will receive from the export proceeds. It's true, it's 100,000 euro, but the foreign bank charges and handling charges could be taken off. And also remember, this is a worksheet. This is not an accounting class. So there won't be any kind of a balance, or you're not going to draw up a BL or what you call a BS, right? Balance sheet. So you just say 1st July and say export bill purchase. Export bill purchase. So that means until July, bank will have to grant at least for 2 import shipments, May and June. From July onwards, exports will come pouring in. So from this point onwards, bank will not consider of giving import loans. But at least for 2 shipments, bank has to grant import loans. Meaning again, LKR 25.6 million. Right. So we'll take the next facility, short-term import loan. Short-term import loan facility. Short-term import loan facility. For the purpose of, now that word is coming, retiring, for the purpose of retiring. So right here, can you see? Yes, no? Retiring. For the purpose of retiring, that means settling, right? Retiring. Users import bill. Users import bill. So that's your caption. Users import bill. Users import bill. Right? You say user's bill received by the bank 2 months after LC is established. 2 months after the LC is established. The bill gets matured for payment or you can say bill falls due for payment. That's a better way of putting. Bill falls due for payment. Falls due for payment 2 months from the date of receipt of the documents. Date of receipt of the documents. However, production time for the export, not the time, I'm sorry, duration. Production duration for the export is 4 months. Is 4 months. Therefore, bank has to consider giving short-term import loan, that is SIL, SIL, you can write SIL, right? Bank has to consider giving SIL at least for 2 import shipments. At least for 2 import shipments. Right? Read it, write it. If you can manage, you get 1 mark. Underneath, short-term import loan facility for this purpose, that is SIL facility for this purpose, is equal to LKR 80,000 into 2 at the rate of 160, further equal to LKR 25.6 million. right? Now see, this worksheet is not necessary when I write the base of calculation. But why I wrote the base of calculation is, what the worksheet is, looking at this, I get an idea, what you call in between idea with this and this. So I advise you all to continue with the worksheet of these T accounts so that your answer will be very, very precise. Right? Even I gave that base of calculation because I drew the T account first. But I never include the T account when I wrote the base of calculation. This is why the examiner will not want the worksheet or the timeline for him to see. Now see, documents comes in March. Look at the timeline. Simultaneously, one line for the timeline and one line for the board, right? Documents received in March. When these documents are getting matured, 60 days from the date of shipment. So 60 days, 9 days from the date of shipment. So 90 days from the date of shipment means it's actually 60 days from March. From here is 3 months, from here is 2 months. So somewhere in here, they will get matured in May. Right? So that means another 2 months is there, customer is out of funds. So he will get monies when the export bills are purchased. So he says, no, if the bill gets matured half away, I won't be able to read the cycle. So therefore the bank will bridge it. How? By financing short-term import loan. And with that sense, if you rush the base of calculation once again, for my sake, you will understand. So I will give a couple of seconds, just rush the base of calculation, just wrote it, and then we'll go to the other one. Right? You're comfortable? Okay. Now we have another facility left. Export bill purchasing facility. Right? Export bill purchasing facility. Now see, if I write here, can you see? Yes, no? Up to that point you can see. So I will have another T account drawn. So it's the export bill purchasing facility that I'm going to draw. So therefore I will check the account, how the account behaves. When the first bill is being purchased, account timeline in July. In 1st July. Here you have to be careful. It's not 80 because export bills are 100,000 euros. It's 100,000. Right? And when the export bill is purchased, bank will courier the documents to the issuing bank. Issuing bank will take 120 days to remit the person according to this sum, first paragraph. So that means when you send the documents on courier for collection, in other words, for 100, it will get realizers after 4 months. That's in November 1st. But we do not know how much we are getting. We are not worried also. What we need is the time period. So we will just say export bill, export, that is realized export proceeds. Usually the banking term is XN, or we can say EXP. EXP. Right? So from 1st July, August, September, October, the bank has to keep on purchasing. From 1st July to 1st October, bank has to keep on purchasing. July, August, September, October. Right? That is, after October, these bills are getting realized. Right? So that means 100,000 into 4 at the rate of 160 is equivalent to 64 million. 60 times 4 is 64. Right. Understood? Right. We'll go for the base of calculation. I'm not quite sure the number of the facility. Just say export bill purchasing facility. Next facility on your recorder. Export bill purchasing facility. Say time taken to manufacture and export them. Time taken to manufacture the goods, time taken to manufacture the goods and export them. I'm sorry, tried that off. That is in the previous listing. Struck that off. Then the export bill purchase facility now. What do you call it? Delete that off. You say we have to have this like say tenor of the export bill. Tenor of the export bill is 120 days. Is 120 days DA. How do you write that? 120 say days DA. 120 days DA. Value of the export bill is euro 100,000. Look at the first paragraph, right? Tenor of the export bill is 120 days DA. Value of the export is 100,000 euros, right? Therefore, bank has to purchase export bills. Therefore, bank has to purchase export bills at least for four export shipments until the export bills are realized. Until the export bills are realized. Just for off cue, realized means when the export purchase come, it won't go to the customer account direct. It will come to the bank account. That account is a float account. It's called the nostro account. Right? It maintaining foreign currency. So what the bank will do? Bank will debit the nostro account and credit the customer account. Right? Customer account. That's the normal procedure. Right? Until the export purchases are realized. Right? So you get 1 mark for that base of calculation, little base of calculation. Underneath you say, therefore. When I say underneath, leave a little space, right? So that will be separated from the base of calculation. What we are trying is to grab the allotted mark somehow, right? So underneath means one space below. Therefore, export bill purchasing facility. Therefore, export bill purchasing facility will be equal to LKR 100,000 into 4 at the rate of 160. 100,000 into 4 at the rate of 160, further equal to 64 million. So all the facilities which was be plotted in the timeline are finished. And you have got 100% marks for that clause as well, except for clearing charges. So with all these exercises, sometimes you might breathe out missing the clearing charges. That's why I said to note the clearing charges somewhere so that you highlight it, so that you will not forget the clearing charges. Because you have already thrown the question away, you have decided not to check again, right? Now see, now we'll read the clearing charges paragraph, which you omitted in the first instance. The clearing charges and customs duty for each shipment is euro 5,000. There are complicated, what you call clearing charges clauses in other sums. This is a bit of an easy thing. The clearing charges and custom duty for each shipment is 5,000 euros, and will have to be paid on arrival of goods. On arrival of goods, that is raw material. The overhead expenses, wages, etc., will be met using their own funds. Right. In this particular sum, we needn't worry about the wages and other expenses. So the bank is worried about, or the customer is worried about how to pay the 5,000 euros at the time of collecting the raw materials. The customer may not have money. Customer will have money only in July. So he needs bank's assistance to have the, what you call the cycle run. Right? So 5,000 euros, he will plead the bank and say, here, look, give that 5,000 euros to me for me to clear. Right? So the bank will consider of giving a loan in the way of overdraft which the bank can manage. Or very, it's advisable to give a, what you call a short-term loan, not a short-term import loan, it's not given by the import division, short-term loan, short-term loan. STL, right? So we'll take out the ways of calculation straight away. Short-term loan. Don't accidentally say import loan. Short-term loan, within parentheses you say STL. STL, short-term loan facility for the purpose of clearing charges. For the purpose of clearing charges and custom duty. And custom duty. Right here. So we'll open another T account, STL. When the first shipment is being cleared in March, according to timeline. So 1st March, goods being cleared. When you clear, the customer has to give 5,000. 5. Then 1st April, there will be another shipment coming in. March, April, then May, June, July, like that it comes. Until when the clearing charges are being considered as short-term loan, until the export bills are purchased. So until July 1st, from 1st March, you have to give multiples of 5,000s. 1st March, 1st April, 1st May, 1st June, then 1st July will go off, right? 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Right? That means 20,000. So 20,000 5,000 into 4 at the rate of 160. Right? 4 times 5 is 20. 2 times 16 is 32. So that means we are giving LKR 3.2 million. 3.2 million. Right. Time taken to base of calculation. Time taken to manufacture goods and export them will be 4 months. Time taken to manufacture goods and export them will be 4 months. That is, now to give a little bit of expression in there, that is, remember, you are not going to teach the examiner, you just show that you know, that's all, right? That is, export bills are purchased. Export bills are purchased. Strike the word are in there, just say export bill purchased proceeds. Strike the verb are there and say export bill purchased proceeds. Will receive 4 months after the date of delivery of raw materials. 4 months after the date of delivery of the raw materials. Clearing charges and custom duty for each shipment is euro 5,000. So that is the base of calculation. Underneath you say, therefore, short-term loan facility for this purpose is equal to LKR 5,000 into 4 at the rate of 160, 3.2 million LKR. Right. No, we'll have a break now. Before that, I want to draw your attention. I do want to explain further because I have written in the handout. This particular law, what we call the paragraph, is important. In the handout, under secret documentation, I have given the differences between or similarities and differences between the import trust receipt loan, trust receipt loan, we call it commonly TR loans, versus import pledge loans, right? Just have a glance on that and get an idea. Right, in a nutshell, I will tell you, there are two kinds of loan called trust receipt loans and pledge loans. Both are given for import customers. This trust receipt loan, trust receipt means that we give a loan to the customer, that short-term import loan, for him to clear the consignment, import consignment, and the proceeds of those sale will be kept in trust to what you call the rewrites the loans. So you call that as a trust receipt loan, and therefore separate documentation will be taken from the customer with regard to trust receipt loans. The main document is a demand promissory note. You know what a promissory note by now? It's a demand promissory note that you take it from the customer in case of a TR. And remember, if the customer doesn't keep those money in trust, meaning after selling the goods, if he doesn't prompt of obligating of regularizing the bank loan first, and if he diverts his money elsewhere, that amounts to a breach of trust, which is a criminal offense. So if there's a breach of trust in case of a trust loan, bank will execute charges against him under criminal penal code procedure. But in case of a what do you call it, the pledge loans, pledge loans means before that, in case of a what do you call this uh, import trustee loan, the ownership of the goods. Ownership of the goods is with the bank, right? Ownership of the goods with the bank. But the portion of the goods with the customer. That means the custody of the goods with the customer, but the ownership relies on the bank. But in case of pledge loans, that means goods are being kept in pledge. What do you mean pledge? Under a godown or in a warehouse, and the ownership of the goods is belongs to the customer, right? And the custody of the goods is with the bank. So that is a bit impractical. What happens, the real practical situation is you keep the goods under dual control. That is with two padlocks. One is with the bank and one is with the customer. So neither party can have the access without having consent from both parties. So we have a dual control in case of pledged goods, and as and when the customer pays, you release the goods. This happens for mainly on spare parts. So if, say, for batteries or some kind of a thing, you need spare parts to assemble a battery. So those spare parts are in pledge with dual control. So whenever the customer wants the battery to be sold or manufactured, he will pay for the spare parts and get the bank official will go in person, open the padlock and check the inventory and give the spare parts for him. It's pledge. And if there's a what you call a dispute, or rather a non-payment of a pledge loan at the due date as promised earlier, then it is being charged against the customer under civil penal code procedure. Into normal common law applies, right? Because of handling and the bankers are not very competent on the physical condition of the goods sometimes. This particular loan category or the pledge loans are gone almost obsolete, right? But not from the exams, right? So therefore, I have given a comprehensive note in there. Please do read and try to understand. If you get a question with relating to brief note or some kind of a illustration that they want to elaborate, then you should be able to write and get that couple of marks being allotted. Right. So we'll have a quick break, right? Quick break means now I will have a break. I will be there around. So in the meantime, if I am trying to concentrate on the second question of the assignment 1. So we assemble within now it's my time is 10:30. So 10:45 we'll assemble again, right? In the meantime, I'll wait for another 1 or 2 minutes to see what the comments of yours, if there's any, and after that I will take a break and come for 50 minutes. Okay, then we'll have a look at the question number 2. Guess all are in now. I can see the 14 people have logged in, including myself. Right. So we'll do a little bit of a complex sum, and this is a kind of a sum that you will very likely get it in the exam level. So we'll see how it goes, right? Read with me. Now you know how to read it, no? So I'm going to read it. Read what? I'm going to see what is the catching point of mine first, right? I'm telling you again, when you see this thing, a question like this, it might take a little bit of more space in the exam paper depending on the font. So don't get scared. You read what you need to read first. So I'm going to read this, see whether you can catch it quickly. The LCs for the import of R have to be issued 4 weeks before the date of shipment. You caught it quickly? See whether you can catch it. That is where that you need to see first. I did my rehearsals and came in the break. Now you know what is the catching point is. So when you look at the sum the first time in the exam level, you might take a little more time than myself, right? Because you didn't see the sum before. But the rehearsals and the what you are going to look at it, you have to be confident so that you will see first, right? See whether you can see this. The LCs for the raw materials of R have to be issued 4 weeks before the date of shipment. So there are two raw materials, R and M, getting down from China to satisfy the export order of $350,000. That is in the first paragraph. We did read that. Second paragraph we need to read, but I skip for the moment because I need to draw the timeline first. To draw the timeline first, I need to catch the at which point the AC being opened. So I caught it. The AC for the raw material R have to be issued 4 weeks, and the AC for the M have to be issued 4 weeks. Now here, the sum is right easy because both R and M are opening on the same time. That doesn't necessarily mean that both LCs should open at the same time. So you need to be careful. Sometimes it could be one LC will be open 4 weeks before the shipment. Other might come before 2 weeks for the shipment. You have to be careful. This sum of both LCs are open 4 weeks prior to the shipment date. So I will straight away start the timeline. Now, don't use rulers or kind of thing because this is a rough sheet, not a rough sheet, rather rough work, right? But you are going to show off in the exam paper. You are going to use a different sheet of paper, right? You attach in the same manner, right? So I will have two LCs in here. There's another practice of students. They draw two what you call timelines for two raw materials. I won't say it's incorrect. That's all right. Right, that depending on the grasping level of the student. But my thing is, when you are drawing more than one line, you are taking time, right? You are consuming time. So might as well you write on plot on the same timeline. So I will have two LCs here, right? Two LCs and to import raw material R and M. R and M, right? R and M. And both LCs have to be issued 4 weeks prior to the shipment date. So I will have the shipment date somewhere here. And that will be 4 weeks from this date. Right? 4 weeks from that date. Right, we'll keep on reading. LCs for the import of M, you are going to catch where I'm reading, right? The LCs for the import of M, this is the third paragraph on the fourth line. The LCs for the import of M have to be issued 4 weeks before the date of shipment I have plotted. And the minimum order quantity is 200,000. Minimum order quantity is 200,000. What is for? That is for M, right? So $200,000. It will take further 4 weeks for the goods and the documents to receive in Sri Lanka. So from here, it will take further 4 weeks to receive docs and goods, like in the earlier sum. So I will say docs and goods here. The raw material T, now there are 3 raw materials, R, M, and there's another one called T also. The raw material T will have to be purchased at the time of taking delivery. Now this type of a sum, that is introducing another raw material, has not come to the exam level yet, right? But yes, in my assignments. So you get practice for this also as well, so that you can face a tougher one, right? So raw material T will have to be purchased at the time of taking delivery of the imported raw materials. When you say purchase, that goes without saying, you are buying locally. So in other words, to assemble the export, you need to have 3 ingredients. R raw material, M raw material, and T raw material, which I'm going to buy from locally. So when I'm purchasing locally, it will be off the queue. It will be off the queue. So I will put here T. T, raw material T. Raw material T. But it's off the queue item, right? You are buying from locally, right? So that is the third paragraph, taken care of it. Now we have to see what are the payable terms on these R and M, right? So we'll have a glance on the second paragraph also as well with you. In order to manufacture the goods required, your customer will have to import two kinds of raw materials R and M from China. They will also have to purchase raw material T locally, for which payment have to be made in delivery. So that they have introduced R and M and T in there in the first place, right? Now, that is all right. I think everything been noted. No. In the third paragraph, the first sentence says, they have contracted with the supplier to purchase R on users AC terms. R is users. R is users. So I'll put a U here. U here. When you say users, you have to hunt for the payable terms. Right? Payable terms is 60 days from date of acceptance, not from the date of shipment, from acceptance. That means 60 days will be counted from the date of receipt of the documents. Understood? Right. So I will here say users 60. You need to say here, because it's your own, for your own reference now, you just say 60. 60 means not from date of shipment, but from the date of receipt of the documents. You accept the, you force the customer to accept the bill of exchange at the receipt of documents, right? You can't accept the bill of, you can't tell the customer to accept the bill of exchange without receiving the documents, no. But you can calculate the maturity date from the date of shipment. That's a different scenario, right? Here, maturity date is being determined from the date of acceptance, right? That is from this point. From this point. So 4 weeks equal to 1 month now. So here January 1st. Now you need to say 1st January there, you can just say January. But there are instances you get fractions of weeks coming in between, right? The last time or the previous time there was some like that. But I will say it's copied from my assignment. But then again, there's a sum that I have given, a similar sum like that. I can't remember what the sum number is. You get a fraction of weeks or as well. That's why I say you have the same concept all right, but there are certain variances. So get the element of the concept first. Don't parrotize the thing, because sometimes you might get 2 weeks here. So 4 weeks equal to 1 month, 2 weeks means half a month. So you need to state here 15 January then, because 30 days for a month. So that is why I put 1st January. So you will have the practice of putting the date there, right? So 1st January, 4 weeks after 1st January will be 1st Feb. 4 weeks after 1st Feb will be 1st March. So documents are coming up on the 1st March, right? That is 2 months after the AC being opened. Right. I missed one point in the third paragraph. They have contracted with the supplier to purchase R on AC users term, pay by 6 days from the date of acceptance, fine. And M from another supplier on site basis. So M is on a site basis. So this is site. This site basis. Right. Now we are okay. Now we can, throw the third paragraph. Right. Now we'll come to the next area. For each export shipment, read carefully. Now this is a very tricky clause. You find very common in the past papers. For each export shipment, raw material requirement is 200,000 of R. Raw material is 200,000 for R. Right? US dollars 100,000 of M. 100,000 of M. And 7,000 of T. Don't forget about the T matter now, because it's off the queue. Right? Forget about the T matter for the moment. Right. What does it mean? Actually, To assemble the export, you need to have 200,000 worth of goods of raw material R. And you need only 100,000 worth of goods for M, leaving aside the T for the moment. But the earlier paragraph says, if I read from somewhere, you're going to catch it quickly. It says, the minimum order quantity is 200,000 for what? For the raw material M. So, notwithstanding that the raw material requirement is $100,000 worth of goods, you have to open an LC for 200,000 worth of goods. The value of the LC has to be 200,000. So that is why I put 200,000 in there. I did my homework and came. So when I wrote the 200,000, I have read already the latter part that I have read just now, right? So you have to be a little patient also. When you're plotting, you mustn't be so quick also. Sometimes you have to read, and if you have done a mistake, you make a correction in there, right? So remember once again, for export shipment, for each export shipment, the raw material requirement is 200,000 of R. 200,000 of R. So we have to say 200,000 here. Right? 200,000, 200K dollars there, and only 100,000 of M. So don't say 100,000 here. Don't correct it to 100,000, because in the early paragraph it says minimum of 100,000. It goes without saying, even though that the export quantity, what you call the requirement of raw material is 100,000, you have to open 200,000, right? It goes the what you call the curl size of that, right? For 200,000. So that little part, if you understood, that is the only variance that you find in here, except for the fact that there are multiple raw material, and I have to give what you call raw material. Other than that, it's the same concept. Same concept, right? Right. The custom duty and trading charges, I told you not to read. So don't read. Right? You will not blame for not reading it because you are saving time. The next important thing is, if you have a hard copy, you put an asterisk. That's a very important paragraph. This is the time taken to manufacture goods and export them will be 4 months. Right? 4 months from the date of raw materials are received. So from the delivery date, that is from the receipt of the documents and goods, mainly the goods, it takes 4 months. 4 months, that is July 1st, to assemble the export, or what you call export the goods. When you export the goods, before no sooner that you export the goods, the documents will be collated by the customer. Remember, with the goods being shipped, what the document that the customer will get, no sooner that he has shipped the goods, the bill of lading. From where? From the shipping agent. The bill of lading is excuse me. Bill of lading is a paramount important document to accompany the shipping documents. You can't send the documents across and give for negotiation of purchase to the banker without having the bill of lading. So when you submit the bill of lading, the banker knows that he has shipped the goods. Bank will not employ people to see physically whether he has shipped the goods. So once the bill of lading comes with a stamp on board or ship on board notation, bank will know that the goods have been shipped and it's the original bill of lading. Right? So then the bank has a little bit of comfort in bank won't show, but then the bank has a little bit of comfort sold. Then the bank can, take other factors into consideration and go ahead and purchase or negotiate. Right? So once he shipped the goods, he get the bill of lading. So he has already collated or collected the other documents also as well. So he give for negotiation or to purchase. Right? So bank will purchase the documents in July. 1st July, right? So export bill purchase proceeds will come in 1st July, and the value of the export is, look at the first paragraph. Now only you are going to read the first paragraph. The value is 350, 10 is 6 days DE. So I will say 350 here, and I will just say 60 days. That's 60 days. Right. So I have taken the first paragraph, I have taken the second paragraph, I have taken the third paragraph, except for T. Right. Then it will take further 4 months. Right. Then what is the tenor? 60 days. The export tenor is 60 days. So from the time that you purchase, it will take further 2 months to get the monies to the bank's master account. Right. So it will take further 2 months to get the realized export proceeds. Realized export proceeds. So that means 1st September, the monies will come. That ends the timeline, right? So you need to waste time only for this. Out of that 39 or the 45 minutes that you have reserved from elsewhere, otherwise you have been contracted for 39 minutes. One thing that the students, especially for Vinuri, this is only Vinuri, I know that is sitting for the exam this time. If you think that you have only left 39 minutes for this particular sum, and if in case if you exceed 39, 40 minutes, you leave as it is and go for the other question, right? Don't take more than 39 minutes. That's the maximum amount of time that you do have. I'll give a little bit of explanation. I did say earlier also this. You have to bear up this me for telling this. For obvious reasons, only one student on this know why I'm saying this. You will have 3 hours and 50 minutes. Take ice break, right? 3 hours and 50 minutes. That means 195 minutes. 180 plus 15 is 195 minutes. And you are supposed to answer 5 questions within that allotted time, right? So meaning you have 39 minutes for one. So you have the MCQ question. It's very easy, right? That will attract 20 marks. Then you have the URC questions. URC question is slightly tougher than the old syllabus. Slightly tougher. You have to study a little bit, right? And because sometimes the URC question being coupled with the UCP and put it, because I have suggested not to put like that, to have a separate 2 questions for URC and UCP, so that fair by the students, right? So you have a URC question, you will have a UCP question combined with this or combined or separately, and you will have an Incoterm question. Right? MCQ, URC, UCP, Incoterm. Then you will have a Forex question. It is not compulsory. Right? Make yourself compulsory, because that is one question you can grab marks. Right? So tricky, but you can collect marks. And you have a revolving facility question. And you have other ancillary sources as well. So out of that, you can select any of the 5. I am hitting for a student who is aiming for a distinction. But as a lecturer, as a trainer or a teacher, my duty is to groom people for a distinction, right? So if you attack 4 questions precisely, you will get a distinction, right? With a little bit of a scrub on 5 or 6. Right? You get 4 questions, 20 into 4 is 80. Little bit of scrub, if you pass the 85 mark, you will get a distinction. Fine. Now this MP, now see, is the time being allocated indiscriminately for these questions. Most time consuming 2 questions are the Forex and the revolving. Right? If revolving takes 40 minutes, this will take at least 1 hour. At least 1 hour, because you are supposed to check twice, right? So it will take 1 hour, right? So from where the hell we are going to have time from the 39 minutes? It's difficult, right? So what I'm suggesting is, I'm not trying to corrupt you all. MCQ, you have 10 questions, out of which 6 are very easy. We'll get what you call just you need to underline the answer. 4 questions, you have to illustrate a little bit. It will attract 1 mark extra, but you have to give in brief. Example, they will say there are 3 qualifications for a financial instrument to be a check. Example, I'm not giving hints or clues. Then 2 of them are, it has to be a drawn on a banker, it has to be payable on demand. What is the third one? So you just write, it's a bill of exchange. Check is a bill of exchange, right? So you get that kind of thing because you have to write that, right, with 1 sentence. So what I'm suggesting you is get that 6 marks somehow. Out of 10, get that 6 marks somehow. To take that 6 marks, it will not consume more than 4-5 minutes. Give 1 minute for 1 question, very unreasonable that is, that you will be like spend 6 minutes only. But if you have a little bit of soap habit of reading, you can have a comfort and see what are the questions that are this thing. You already wasted 1 or 2 minutes already. So that means it might take about 10 minutes to get this 6. Stop in there and go to the next question. So you have already got 6 marks from there and a valuable time left and pump into these 2 questions, right? And don't grab and embrace the first question in the first instance itself because it's a very comfort zone. You're very confident of making the sum. You will keep on doing until you end the 3 hours. When I do the paper marking, I have seen that, right? The students have done only these 2. You have to give marks. Your 45 is your pass mark, right? So that's a bit of off the cue. You will realize soon why I said this, perhaps after next week's time. So bear up with me for uttering certain unnecessary things in midst of a value session, right? So let me come back again. Now, one more thing. Looking at the timeline, you should be able to illustrate what the storyline is. We'll see how it works. Else for raw materials, RM has to be open 4 weeks prior to the shipment date. R is a nuisance LC, payable 60 days, value is $200,000, and M is at site. Minimum order is 200,000. That minimum order where you have plotted that. So that means these all silly things may be sounded, but they are very catchy at the time you are writing the T account. So therefore, the minimum order thing I have not jotted here. So therefore, on your own, they call it the individual, you make a say like this. For Maggie Board Force, it's easy for me, right? Then there's a little catchy point. If you forget why you have put that mark, then you can refer to the 60. So there's a minimum order, there's a qualification. So you say qualification here, okay, qualification. It's on a side basis. So both instances are open 4 weeks prior to shipment date. We take further 4 weeks to receive the shipment documents and the goods. It will take further 4 months to manufacture goods and export them. And the tenor of the value of the export is 350K, and the tenor of the export order is 60 days DA. That's all. So there are 2 of the key items. One is T, other one is we didn't read the credit charges. Right. So I need your quick feedback now because there's a little bit of variance for the first sum. Why this is important? This is your exam level. Above the exam level slightly. Give me quickly a feedback, please, so that I could have the T accounts quickly as possible. Yes, Sharon Rivel. Clear. Fine. Right. Thank you. I guess you needn't actually say that you're okay or not. I'm more concerned if you're not okay only. Since I cannot see your face, I cannot read your faces. The reason why I want you to comment it, right? Nothing else, right? Uh, anyway, thank you for the feedback. And if there's a little bit of a gray, just make a comment. As and when time permits, I will address, right? Right, we'll go for the T's now. Remember once again, this timeline will not attract any marks, right? It's a big effort, I know. It takes time consuming. Out of the 30 minutes, takes about 5-10 minutes, sometimes or more than that. But once you do that, you can speed up, double up a little bit for the base of calculation. You will not do calculating errors in here because you can mental cast or it's a what you call simple input to the calculator, right? So the risk of missing the answer precisely will not be taken place, right? So now we have to establish LC facilities. Now remember, you can't have combined LC facility. You have to have separate LC facilities for site and for the users, right? LC's site and for the LC's users. So R is a user's LC, M is a site LC. So we'll go for the R LC first, right? So Jan 1st, we open for 200,000. 200,000. And 1st Feb, 200,000. 1st March, 200,000. We are not worried about worried about 1st April because March documents are coming. When you say March documents are coming, for both LCs, March documents are coming, right? So that means 1st March documents are coming for 200,000. That means LC outstanding will get depleted. I hope that my terminology will be understood by you all, right? If there's difficulty, just ask me, right? It's get depleted. Depleted means outstanding goes down, right? So it's an indirect liability getting converted itself into a direct liability. Now this is an user's LC. Therefore, you have to have a acceptance facility. Acceptance facility. So I will shift this cake on the side a little bit. Move a little bit in between. There's the acceptance facility coming in here. So I'll give priority for that first. Remember, I will tell you again, it could be a boring affair to listen more than once. You have to have acceptance facility if there's a user's LC. Telling again, you have to have acceptance facility if the LC is a user's LC. This facility always the students miss, meaning you are missing 3 marks there. 3 marks there, right? So that's a valuable point, right? So acceptance account getting booked at the time the documents are received, that is on the 1st March, 200,000. Right? Now I'm doing the 2 facilities together, right? That's mainly because of this, right? Now acceptance is getting null when at the time the bill falls due for payment. When it's getting falls due for payment, 60 days. Now when I say LC's users, bill also is same because these two are, bill and the LCs are married together. They can't go in separate ways. Right? When a LC has a user's term and a tenor period, bill carries the same thing. Right? So bill has the same tenor. In other words, it's 60 days here. Not from the date of shipment, but from site or from the date of acceptance. So that means 60 days. April, May. 1st May, 200,000. Then that means the acceptance gets null. Acceptance gets null. Then when the acceptance gets null, what happens? How do you make it null? By financing import loan. So I will say short-term import loan. Now you see, immediately within couple of minutes, you can drop the T's quickly as possible. I took a long time because I needed to explain. Now you got it explained, you can take it down the way that I'm writing down quickly as possible. You open the LC, you have the acceptance, that is the bill outstanding. If you don't remember what is acceptance, you can say users bill outstanding. That's a outstanding account. Users bill outstanding account, you call that as an acceptance account. Nothing else. Huh? Those are not big words. Only the words are big, the meanings are the same. So sales account is open and the loan account will be earmarked in 1st May. Right? For how much? 200,000. Until when the bank will keep on giving import loans? May, June, July, until July. So 1st June, there will be another loan for 200,000. Bank will not bother to give a loan in July because July, rather 1st July, export bill purchase proceeds will come. So until July, from May, is June, huh? June, from 1st May, 1st June, that is for 2 import shipments, bank will give what you call import loans, right? And you can add and see what the limit is, right? Right? Then after that, what? Then you have to see the bill purchase facility. I'm just giving the facilities according to the timeline. I will not miss it. Otherwise, you'll get confused, right? So after that, the bill purchase facility. It goes like a chain effect. Right. So we'll have export bill purchase facility. Export bill purchase facility. When the first bill is getting purchased, at the time that you purchase according to timeline is 1st July. 1st July. You have to remember now, 1st July, what is the amount? Not 200,000 is the bill value. That is why I put 315 here. Otherwise, all the time you have to refer to the question. It's 350. 350. And the purchase will be outstanding until the tenor period of the export bill. But the tenor period is 60 days. That means 2 months. 2 months from here is September. September, the realized export proceeds will come and hit where the bank's nostro account. That is 1st September, we will say EXP. So July, August for 2 months, bank will keep on purchasing export bills. From September onwards, bank will not bother. Bank will not bother to purchase. Right? So that's all. Now see, it does now while explaining to take it to put it on the board, I took more than a couple of minutes. But for you, it will just take about 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 4 minutes. Right? Now we'll rush the base of calculation quickly as possible. Right, take it down. AC facility. Now remember, when you're writing the facilities in this sum, you have to make sure that you narrate the caption very carefully. The reason why is the examiner's guide will have a certain pattern of facilities. Sometimes you might, not have the same pattern when you're writing, so that you have to make sure that you give appropriately the correct caption so that the examiner will refer to the correct topic and then give marks. Right? So say LC facility usance, within parentheses 60 days, just say 60, hyphen R. That is to say, to import raw material A, the customer has to open usance AC, payable 6 days from acceptance. So the examiner will search for that answer and then give marks appropriately. So the caption has to be written a little bit carefully, thoughtfully. Right. Now we'll say, now we have to refer to the sum and see whether the name of the customer will be given. Right. You say, to import raw materials, to import raw material R. We are in R, no? Yes, to import raw material R. Our customer, Sumit Limited, Our customer Sumit Limited will have to open a nuisance LC. Will have to open an nuisance LC. Nuisance LC. For value US $200,000. For value US $200,000. Payable 6 days. Payable 6 days from the date of acceptance. From the date of acceptance. This LC will have to be open 4 weeks prior to the shipment date. This LC will have to be open 4 weeks prior to the shipment date. It will take further 4 weeks to receive the goods and documents. It will take further 4 weeks to receive the goods and documents. Therefore, the nuisance LC will be outstanding. You didn't say nuisance LC. Therefore, this LC will be outstanding. This LC will be outstanding. Outstanding. Here, outstanding. Outstanding, right? Those are accepted abbreviations. This LC will be outstanding. When you say LC, make it sure that you write it in what do you call this? What do you call those letters? Capital letters, right? You don't say like this. Say LC. LC, letter of credit. The LC will be outstanding for 2 months. For 2 months. Right? That meaning you have got 1 mark underneath. Therefore, the nuisance LC facility, therefore the nuisance LC facility within parenthesis R, that means raw materials are, within parenthesis R, is equal to LKR 200,000 into 2. Have a glance on the requirement to determine to which section the customers belong to. That you find in the latter part of the question. So you are required structural package of finance facilities for the no need to read that. No sooner that you see the conversion amount they will be given. $1 is equal to 100 rupees means the customer is in DBU. So that means you have to say 200,000 into 2 at the rate of 100. Will give you LKR 40 million. Right? No harm, you can use a calculator, right? You can use calculator. You can write 40 million, that doesn't matter. But when you're writing 40 million, make sure that you write 40 million, not 400,000. Right? I have seen those mistakes, that's why I say write 40 million like that, right? Right. Next one, base of calculation. Bank has to earmark. You can earmark means book, right? Bank has to earmark. Bank has to earmark an acceptance facility, capital A, an acceptance facility For the user's LC being open, for the user's LC being opened to import raw material M. I'm sorry, raw material R. Here, raw material R. Right. Import raw material R. So that for that line you get 1 mark. Tenor of the import bill, tenor, TENOR, that's the deferred payment period. Tenor of the import bill, is 60 days from the date of acceptance. Therefore, the user's bill will be outstanding. For 2 months. Right? 2 months. Underneath. So that means for that base of calculation, you are getting 2 marks. For that logic that you are justifying why you need to have an acceptance facility in the first place, because it's a user's LC, and also you are determining what is the maturity date falls and when. Right? That's the base of calculation. So you have 2 marks in there already. Underneath. Therefore, the revolving acceptance facility is equal to LCR, same thing, 200,000 into 2 at the rate of 100 was equal to LCR 40 million. Next one, short-term import loan. For the purpose of retiring, I'm telling again, the word retiring is not been remembered. You can just say settling. For the purpose of settling, user's import bill. Is related to raw material R. So within parentheses, you just say R. The user's bill will be fall due for payment. The user's bill will fall due for payment. User's bill will fall due for payment. 2 months from the date of delivery of raw material R. 2 months from the date of delivery of raw material R. However, bank will receive export proceeds. I'm sorry, not bank will receive export proceeds. However, bank will purchase export bill. However, bank will purchase export bills after 4 months from the date of delivery of raw materials. After 4 months of receipt of raw materials. Therefore, bank has to grant short-term import loan at least for 2 months. Therefore, bank has to grant short-term import loans at least for 2 months. You can say at least for 2 months, or you can say at least for 2 import shipments. Right? You get 1 mark for that, and underneath you say, therefore, short-term import loan facility for this purpose, that is R, is equal to LCA 200,000 into 2 at the rate of 100 further equal to LCA 40 billion. Right? Next facility. Export bill purchasing facility. Export bill purchasing facility. Now you see, time taken to do the sum, that is because of my explanation, and the pause levels you are waiting until I tell you. Right? If I take the time and if I start writing, it will just more than a couple of minutes. What is necessary to take down the proper timeline and have a very good, precise accounting part. Then you are very comfortable. You can, double up the speed and make sure that the fist is clear a little bit so that the examiner will not have a concern of reading it. And finally you have the full marks in there. Right? Export bill purchase facility. The value of the export order. Now I am going to look at the first paragraph that's been already denoted in the timeline. Value of the export bill is US dollars 350,000. Tenor is 60 days DA. How do you write 60 days DA? 60 days DA. DA means documents against acceptance. Therefore, realization time or duration for the export bill is 2 months. For the export bill is 2 months. Therefore, bank will have to purchase export bills at least for 2 export shipments. 2 export shipments. 2 export shipments. In here, you have to be a bit careful when you are writing the T to make sure that you put the correct amount, because there could be a little bit of a rare tendency that you might continue with this 200s here. Right? To avoid that only, when I did that mistake, I still do that mistake. To avoid that only, I put 350 here. Right? So this was tested with the students. So I was giving a lot of methods how the students will have a proper array. So finally I suggested to put a 315 here as a matter of caution. So you have 2 export shipments, that is 350 twice. So underneath you say, therefore, export bill purchasing facility. Now, when I say export bill purchasing facility, it is not independent to R and M. It is unique for both. right? We have only one export bill purchase facility, not for raw material R and raw material M separately. Understood? So that you have only one export bill purchase facility. In other words, customer has to give a letter of hypothecation to cover the full value of this. If you are thinking a little bit far, if there's a person here in corporate banking or somewhere, then that's a different scenario. That is under our scope of view, right? But if you are thinking a little bit out of the box, then you have to make sure that your export bill purchase facility is covering the full spectrum of the value, not only for SI or users separately. And it's a bit of a cumbersome affair for the customer to give two separate securities. So export bill purchase facility is for 350,000 into 2. So therefore, the export bill purchase facility is LKR 350,000 into 2 at the rate of 100. LKR 700 billion. 70 billion. 70 billion. Understood? Right. Now this is a typical of the first sum. There's no variance. So by doing this for the second time, as if that you have done the first sum twice. Now it should be very clear, right? Now we'll go for the second raw material. There's a little bit of variance because this qualification I was just telling. If you can catch up quickly, after that it's a cakewalk. Right. So I'll erase this off. Right. Now we'll tackle the site LC for the raw material M. LC site M. LC site M. Just with your permission, I'm talking about all students in here. If one or two students have a little bit of issue, you have to tell me quickly. You need only if there's an issue, only you have to mention. Is it all right if I drag for half an hour more from 12 o'clock? My time is up to 12 o'clock. Is it all right to drag till about 12:30? If you have a further appointment, if you have already committed prior, just let me know. I will finish by 12. Otherwise, I will go on till 12:30. Let me know. If at least one student have an issue, I will stop. I will not go for the majority because my time allotted is 8 to 12 o'clock. But I got little time wasted. Usually I manage time, but because of technical issues and I have shifted the classroom, I wasted about 20-25 minutes. So not because of that, but if you can give the concurrence or the consent, I can go on. Everybody in the forum needs to say okay, okay. If there's a constraint, only that particular student say that you have an appointment. So well excused, and I will stop at 12 o'clock. Fine. I'm waiting for that comment also as well. So LC side M. The first Jan, you open the LC for 200,000. Right? First Jan, you open the LC for 200,000. Then second LC will not be opened in February. The reason why is when the goods come for the worth of 200,000, that will be suffice for 2 export shipments according to the qualification. So therefore, we will have stocks of 100,000 worth of goods in store. So the first LC will be 200,000. Next LC will be not in February but in March. Next after that will be not in April but in May. So every other month there will be LC being opened, not monthly. That is the only catch you find in here. Right? First March, 200,000. First May, 200,000. Right. So I need your feedback for 2, that is whether you have to give me the whether it's all right to go ahead for until 12:30, and whether you understood this every other one business. So two things. Give me a quick feedback quickly. Uh, Take about 1 minute for that. Right, Purnima, thank you. Right, that concept is clear. How about the up to 12:30? You need to tell me, otherwise I need to organize the time properly. So I'm waiting for your feedback. Is it all right to go till 12:30 to admit the fact that my time is only 8 to 12? I need your feedback quickly, otherwise I will stop at 12 o'clock. Right, it appears that you are not responding, so therefore I will stop at 12 o'clock. Right. So LC side, the raw material M, that's a qualification. So that means minimum award is 200,000, but you need only 100,000 for the export, right? Uh, yes, Naswan, that was appreciated. So it's all right to go ahead, but then I am more concerned of anybody in here, at least one person, have a constraint of hanging on till 12:30, right? So two people have already fed, so that's enough. But only thing I need to know whether there's anybody who is not willing to tag till about 12:30. Well, I'll be very fair because my time being allotted by the administrators for 8 to 12 o'clock. I just got permission to drag till about 12:30. And if you have a concern only, you just tell me, right? If you're silent, I will take into consideration. Since two people have said, okay, all right, others also can see that, I will drag till about 12:30, right? Fine. Uh, and you might not regret. LC site M, 1st January you open LC, and that LC is valid for 200,000 worth of goods. And those 200,000 worth of goods is not necessary for the single consignment of the export. You need only 100,000. Therefore, next month the customer need not open an LC. If the customer comes to the bank to open LC, the bank will ask why you are going to open the LC, because the goods you are going to get for the first LC that you open is suffice for 2 export shipments. So Jan 1st and March 1st, then you get May 1st one. Now this is why sometimes, however much you have mastered the art of the TA count, and if you try to get rid of, it's difficult because of this kind of thing. This will have a plain effect of yours and you put it to correct array, you will not miss it. Right. Now when the documents are coming? Documents are coming in March. March 200,000. 200,000. Now see, what is the maximum outstanding in given time? The LC side is only 200,000. Right? In January is 200,000. In February is 200,000 still. In end of January is 200,000. This end of February also is 200,000. It's not no LC been open, no, and no documents also came. But in March you have a LC open 200,000. That means it's 200,000 into 2, 400,000. But in the meantime, documents have come for the previous one. So that means maximum outstanding for any given time up to this point is 200,000, right? So therefore, it will be 200,000 into 1 at the rate of, what is the rate we had there? 100. 100. Here, kya? 20 million. 20 million. Right. So we write the base of calculation. That's a little bit of a different way of writing the base of calculation in this kind of nature. So remember and keep that as a template so that you can, structure your answers well when you see a qualification like that. That's why I put a Q here. You can put any mark in there. Examiner is not going to give any kind of a weight or glimpse on the timeline. Fine. Take the what do you call the LC facility? Say LC facility site. LC facility site. LC facility site within parentheses, within brackets, M. Brackets M. With the name of the customer. Jayakant. Right. Jayakant repeated. You did not mention the name of the customer, but when you are structuring a what you call a base of calculation, better to write that toss as well. Jayakant repeated. We'll have to open a site LC. Why I'm using that 10C is because you have not opened the LC yet. Huh? We are in this position state. Customer is having a story in front of you, right? And we foresee this is how it's going to get happen. Now we are in January 1st, right? We are foreseeing until 1st September, right? Jayakant will have to open a site LC to import raw material M. To import raw material M. Under site basis. Under site basis. Under site basis. Under site basis. This LC will have to be open. This LC will have to be open 4 weeks prior to the shipment date. 4 weeks prior to the shipment date, prior or before the shipment date. Just for curiosity, I'm asking any other persons that sitting for the exam this time, just make a comment in there. Any other person I'm referring other than Biluri? Any other person sitting for the exam, just make a point in there. I'll have a separate tag on them. Right. This LC will be open 4 weeks prior to the shipment date. Not bad, huh? Purnima, then Ponnaya Parakunan, then Purnima again sitting for the exam this time, right? You have to communicate with me and Shannon Nauser, fine. You have to communicate with me along with Vinuri. Oh, all are sitting this time, right? When I say this time, I'm referring to tomorrow and day after. Tomorrow, day after. When the exam is? When is the exam this time?
This Sunday, sir.
This coming Sunday.
Yes.
Right. I'm referring to Sunday, right? Because my students are not for this Sunday class, for the next session. Thanks, Vinodi. And Vinodi, I want you to do something else now. Get these three guys, the 3 or 4 guys' names and put a WhatsApp group and communicate with me, Vinodi. For the people who are sitting for the next Sunday exam, have a group and send to me and give a feedback to Vinuri, the guys, your WhatsApp number, and you make a group on me and you will have a touch with me. I don't know how we are going to create, that's a different thing. You can contact Vinuri and get a WhatsApp group. Right, Vinuri? Okay. I'm a bit scared now. Huh? There are about more than I thought only you are there, but to see about 4 or 5 people are there now. Right. Okay. I'm not quite sure whether you all are my students before us as well. But anyway, this is kind of a revision because I started the session new and I'm ending with the exam levels. So you should be able to catch up something and grab something. This is not been futile and be useful. So do that, Vinuri, for me. And I will take some, how busy I am these days, right, Vinuri? And but anyway, I will make sure that I will, log in and try to get yourself groomed for the Sunday exam. Right. Where was I? Right. Did we do the LC site one first? Yes. We said Diakadil will have to open a site LC to import raw material. Import raw material M. To import raw material M. This LC will be open or established 4 weeks prior to the shipment date, and it will take further 4 weeks to receive documents. Naswan, yes, you are Bura, right? Yes, I remember you. I remember you, Naswan. All the best, you need to do very well, and I don't want to see your name again. Huh? Right. So, it will take further for, the setting time is not enough. Huh? You all been excused because you have been unfortunate to have the exam got extended because all the studies and the effort that you did was went over a little bit because of that pause matter. But I am expecting the least to see your name again. Right, you are going to pull through. You are one of my very good students. Right. It will take further 4 weeks to receive the goods and documents. Now, don't take the next step, saying that therefore LC will be outstanding for 2 months. Right? Don't take that step because you have a qualification. That you have to put it because the examinees just want to give that mark. You have to assist him. Right? You have to assist him. So you say I'll refer the text for a moment. The raw material requirement for M, raw material requirement for M is the goods worth of US dollars 100,000. One more thing I said, Vinori, to have a WhatsApp group that will be a little bit of a, bit of an inconvenient thing for you to, get the other people around because they are off-site. So might as well, you all know my number. It's not 777-587-149. I'll be in the WhatsApp in the same number, right? So you all can tag me and come to a group and we'll discuss until Sunday, right? So I will see whether you are aligned properly and to get through this somehow, right? So you say, the export raw material requirement for the for M is $100,000 worth of goods, $100,000 worth of goods that you have taken down. However, minimum order, that means if you don't understand what is minimum order, you take it down in the handout, and put an arrow, say minimum order means minimum LC value. That's what you call minimum order, right? Minimum order means minimum LC value. So you say minimum, however, minimum LC value for raw material M, will have to be US dollars 200,000. Will have to be US dollars 200,000. Therefore, the logic comes now. Therefore, Jayakant Limited will have to open letters of credit. Jayakant Limited, you can say the customer will have to open LCs every other month. So make it sure, I know the guy's fist, right? Mainly for guys, this is, if you say every month, every other month, underline that, right? Don't make a fun out of it. Examiner is going to read only that. You want to see, because he has a pile of a deck to correct. So he will see whether you have understood the crux of the thing. Finalize the word every other month. So that itself shows your base of calculation is good enough. The other one. So that's your base of calculation. You got attracted 1 mark extra, meaning 2 marks. Therefore, revolving LC facility within parenthesis M is equal to one more thing, under the paragraph of base of calculation, one more line should come, every other month. Therefore, the site LC will be outstanding. For 1 month. No, just not 1 month. So it is outstanding for 200,000. Without saying 1 month, because February comes in, no, right? Outstanding will be for 200,000. 200,000 for 2 months. Right? Now you can say, therefore, revolving LC facility, site within parenthesis M, which is M, is equal to healthcare 200,000 into 1 at the rate of 100. At the rate of 100 into equal, further equal to healthcare 20 million. Now, there's a little bit of confusion, I know. I said 200,000 is equal, 200,000 is there as outstanding for 2 months. It's true because in January, end of January is 200,000. End of February, 2 months have gone, but the outstanding is still 200,000. The outstanding 200,000 for 2 months is 200,000. Right? So that means there's only 200,000. March, the documents are coming. Meaning from March, the documents are coming. So maximum limit that the bank is going to fix to the customer, even though that is going to open every other month the LC, only for 200,000 into 1. 200,000 into 1. Right? If the customer is FCB customer, you just say $0.2 million or $200,000. If it's a healthcare customer or DBU customer, they would have given the conversion rate, you just say 100 into 100 or whatever rate that they give. Right? And say multiply and put it. Now from here onwards, it's a bit complicated, not on the concept, but on arithmetic. So you have to be a bit careful. Now this is a site AC. Irrespective of the site AC or a user's AC, bill is going to come. If it's a user's bill will come. If it's a site AC, site bill will come. If there's a user's LC, the bank is going to give a grant acceptance facility. But if a site bill comes, that's been demanded. If the site bill comes, customer cannot say keep it for 1 month, I will take it. If the site LC comes today, if the documents are in order, bank has to pay immediately. So it's been demanded. There's no credit facility being given in there. So, but the bank will create a bill outstanding, all right, don't take it down. Bank will create a bill outstanding, all right, for the internal purposes. If there's a trade practitioner in here, they might wonder why I'm not telling that. Only for those people, if there's any, I would like to get a comment. If there's any trade finance guy, just make a comment that I mean, that's all. So then you have to have a bill outstanding account, all right. But that doesn't mean we are giving a credit facility. Right? Bill outstanding is when bill is getting marked in 1st March. Because their indirect liability has to get converted into direct liability 1st March. 200,000. Just listen and see only, yeah? 200,000. Knows the bill comes on the 1st March, it's been demanded, the 1st March itself, this has to be null. This has to be null. So from this, from where this 200,000 comes in? From a loan account. From a loan account. So therefore, I will not take this. Right? You can take it down the first time because you are listening for the first time. Just say bill outstanding, that is site. 1st March 200,000. Then and the other monies are demanded. Customer has to pay out of his own funds. He's not paying. Bank has to finance. So that's why we have to have a loan account. In other words, you are crediting the LC and debiting the loan account. It's very easy in a sheet of paper in the accounting part, but in the bank accounts, you can't credit the LC and debit the loan account. You have to have a bill outstanding, and then from there you have to transfer the loan account. Right? This is to show what is the stock of our assets. Right. So you take the bill outstanding side, 1st March 200,000, 1st March 200,000, and strike it off. Just strike it off to show that you have understood but not taken into consideration. We are going to show to the examiner for this purpose for you to understand. Right? When you are taking down next time when you are doing the T accounts, you can skip straight away. So when you have a habit of skipping the bill outstanding, there could be a tendency that you might skip the user's bill outstanding also as well. That's what happened to most of the students. Right? That is why I'm teaching this way. So you must not skip a bill outstanding if it's an user's LC. You have to have acceptance facility, but not in the case of site bill. I hope that you have understood. I repeated the thing. Now we'll go for the loan account. Still, We had already loan account, so we'll have loan account 2 here. First one, take it down as number 1. That is only for your references, right? Right. When the loan account being earmarked, straight away from 1st March. So 1st March. Now we have to be careful. We have to see whether there's another bill is coming in April. Right? We'll see how. Now see, gap between the LC open and the bill received is how much? LC open, the bill received is 2 months. That is why 1st January and 1st March. Next LC being open in March, not in February. That will come in April. So, first, this is the first one. Right? The second bill is March, not in April. It's 2 months to, I'm sorry, it's 1st May. So the next loan will be May. So you see the loan pattern also, it getting booked month after the other, every other month. So March, May, now you know the pattern. Then next one is not June, but in July. Next one is not August, but is September. Right? Now, until when you are going to give the loan? Until the export visa purchase, according to my timeline, in the 1st July. Export bill purchase. We are not worried about the amount. Right. So until 1st July, there are only 2 import shipments. Right? 1st July, this and this will go off. So 200,000 into 2. Right? Now you see, LC limit is 20 million, but the loan limit is 40 million. Right? So next, what the next step? Bill purchasing account. So we already did the bill purchasing account earlier, right? So that's all in the timeline now. So we wrote this. There's no acceptance facility because it's side. Now straight away we'll go for the short-term import loan account, right? So you say short-term import loan. Now you realize why I'm saying for the purpose of, because you get plenty of loans. Then the examiner can figure out, no, this is for the side bill loan, this is for the user's bill loan. He will have in a different order the what you call the guided the guided answer paper. Right. Short-term import loan for the purpose of retiring. Site import bill for the purpose of retiring. Site import bill. Goods and shipping documents are received. Goods and shipping documents are received. Two months after the date of establishing the LC. 2 months after the date of establishing the LC. For raw material M. For the raw material M. However, LCs are opened on every other month. However, LCs are open on every other month. Every other month. Therefore, Shipping documents also be received every other month. Continue, commencing with 2 months after the date of establishing the LC. Therefore, this side bill will be outstanding for 2 months before the date of receipt of export bill purchase. Before the date of receipt of export bill purchase proceeds which will only be on 4 months from the date of delivery of raw material M. For 4 months from the date of delivery of the raw material M. Therefore, bank has to consider granting short-term import loans. Bank has to consider granting short-term import loans at least for 2 import shipments. At least for 2 import shipments. Right? You can visualize the way that I said the base of calculation also as well in this manner. This is the most easiest way if you have a little bit of arithmetic and a fundamental accounting touch. Otherwise, here documents are received in 1st March, signed documents. Proceeds are coming in July. So that means obviously short-term loan has to be given for 4 months. But the documents are coming in every other month. So that means only for 2 months, it will be outstanding. For the next 2 months, we have to consider giving a loan. So you have to bridge the next line. So when you have 4 months, every other month means, you know the knuckle test, right? I'm not quite sure you all know that. So we had the earliest calculator after August, we had the knuckle test during our school time. So here we have the odds and the evens. So when you have the knuckle test, you can see 4 and 1 after the 4 is only 2, right? So every other one is 2, right? I just said kidding it. So that means 2. So 200,000 into 100 is 40, right? So underneath you say short-term import loan for this purpose within parentheses M will be rupees, that is will be equal LKR 200,000 into 2 at the rate of 100. Was equal to 40 million. Right. I'll try to get a feedback from you all later. Now, we have two leftovers here. That is the of the timeline now. Local T, local purchase raw material T, and the clearing charges. Right. We see what the T is. Illustration given in the page 3, page 2. Each export shipment raw material requirement US dollar 7,000 of T, right? So value of the T is $7,000. Right. So that means every time the customer clears the consignment, now remember one thing, don't get confused here. Now one LC being open monthly, user says. Site LC being open every other month. But documents for both LCs comes together. Right? We are not taking a more complicated issues. You will not get that type of sums for this exam level. Right? In real life, you find. But this LC, however much is the pattern behaves is even one is monthly, other one is every other month. Documents are coming 2 months after it's already been opened. And why is that? Because these two LCs are open on the same day. Same day. Right? So that means every time the goods are being cleared, that is both R and M being cleared, the customer has to purchase T or as well. So you need to find out how much of shipments being cleared. Not how much of shipments, how many times. In one shipment, you in one month you get 2 shipments. No, I'm not counting the shipments. I'm going to count the number of months. So March he will clear the consignment. June he will clear the consignment. I will put it down. March, then April. April he will clear. Don't take it down. Just listen. Then May he will clear. June he will clear. After that also he will keep on clearing, all right. But the bank has to consider why the bank has to fund it, no? So anything before July only bank will fund. Now for when March, when he clears the consignment, bank has given import loans. So that is not good enough for the customer because he has to purchase TOS as well. So he needs $7,000 further. $7,000 further, right? For March. That is for T. Then April he needs further 7,000. May he needs further 7,000. And June also he needs 7,000. July if he says he wants 7,000, then we say no, he will get proceeds, export proceeds. So from up to June, in other words up to July, bank has to consider giving it's not short-term import loan, it could be local TR. Local TR or pledge. Local TR or pledge. Loans could be given, that will be booked in the import division for how many months? March, April, May, June. How do you take that? Because time taken to manufacture goods and export them will be 4 months. So obviously there will be 4 shipments. Not 4 shipments, again I'm wrong in there. 4 months. 4 months. Shipments will be more than that because there are 2 raw materials. Right? So that will be $28,000. So in other words, four at the rate of 100. Healthcare 2.8 million. Right. Next caption. Local TR. TR stands for trust receipt. Local TR is trust receipt. Right? Sorry about that. Trust receipt. Right? So you just say local TR or say oblique pledge. Right? Or if you can have a appropriate approval and have a keep a tag with the division, I don't know how big the bank is, depending on the differentiation the bank will deduct, you can justify that you will give a short-term loan to purchase the raw material T. What you need to understand is this is outside the timeline. Timeline gives the import and the export only, not local purchases, right? So 7,000 to 400, right? So the caption is short-term loan, or local tier or bridge loans for the purpose of there's no retiring of bills now, for the purpose of purchasing raw material T. Purchasing raw material T. RMT. Purchasing raw material T. Our customer has to purchase locally the raw material T. Our customer has to purchase locally the raw material T, capital T, each time when he take delivery of the raw materials R and M. R and M. Raw materials R and M. Time taken to manufacture goods and export them will be 4 months. Will be 4 months. Will be 4 months. Therefore, until the export bills are purchased, our customer will clear 4 consignments. Our customer will no, not 4 consignments there. Our customer will no, you strike that off. Time taken to manufacture the goods and export them will be 4 months. That will be suffice. Therefore, our customer has to purchase raw materials for value $7,000. Therefore, our customer has to purchase raw materials with the parenthesis T for value $7,000. for 4 months. So that will rectify that particular sentence that I want to start it off, right? For 4 months. Right. So you are going to get additional 1 mark for that base of calculation, meaning 2 marks underneath. Loan facility for this purpose will be, therefore, loan facility for this purpose will be equal LK of 7,000 into 4. There are 4 shipments counting from March. March shall be a creditor, so therefore you have to count March also as well. Right? March, April, May, June. July is not counted. July proceeds are coming. Right. That is 4 months. 7,000 into 4 at the rate of 100. That is that point 2.8 million. Right. So P is all right. Now the clearing charges. So we'll read that also as well. The custom duty and clearing charges for the each shipment is 5,000. Right? Custom duty and clearing charges for each shipment is 5,000. I have taken 5 or 10 minutes more than 2030. You have to pardon me. Custom duty and clearing charges for each shipment is 5,000 and will have to be paid on arrival of the goods. Overhead expenses, wages, etc. will be borne by Jayakanta Limited. So every time that you clear a shipment, you have to give custom duty charge 5,000. Now you have to count the number of shipments in here. So during March, you are clearing 2 shipments. 2 shipments. A T won't come in because you are purchasing locally. You are clearing only import shipments. So March, you are what you call have 2 shipments. Why is that? The site one and the users one. We have to see whether the April also you have the same pattern like that. So we'll consider that the shipments are coming monthly. Shipments are coming monthly where you don't have a qualification. So the R. So we'll take the R first with you. Right? So every month you are going to clear. So that means 1 shipment of R. So from March, got erased in there. So March up to assembling of goods is 4 months. That means 4 shipments. So R has 4 shipments. Right? Then the site one will have shipments every other month. That means every other month of 4 means 2. 2. That means 6 shipments altogether. Right? So 6 shipments at the rate of 6 shipments. Duty for each shipment is 5,000 at the rate of 100. 3 million LK. Understood? Right. So, short-term loan facility, not import loan, short-term loan facility for the purpose of clearing and import duty. Not import duty, custom duty. Short-term loan facility for clearing and custom duty. Raw material, time taken to manufacture, same thing you have to repeat that. Time taken to manufacture goods and export them will be 4 months. Time taken to manufacture and export them will be 4 months. Will be 4 months. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . from the date of delivery of raw materials. From the date of delivery of raw materials. There are 4 shipments. There are 4 shipments for the raw material R and 2 shipments for the raw material M. Totaling to 6 shipments where the duty will be $5,000 for each shipment. Where the duty will be US $5,000 for each shipment. Right? Underneath. Loan facility for this purpose will be, therefore, loan facility for this purpose will be, therefore, equal to care you have 4 shipments in the raw material R, then you have 2 shipments. Now see, it's very easy. When you count the number of months to take into consideration of month TLCs, that is March, you have to count March also, March, April, May, June. Now, no sooner that you found the number of months 4, then the next one, don't go into the same process and try to break your head. If this is 4, every other month of 4 is 2. That's 2. Right? Into 5,000 at the rate of 1. Why I'm writing this is, when you are using the calculator, input in the same manner. Otherwise, I can do it mentally. Put in the same manner, right? Don't do the mistake of not putting a parenthesis, right? Otherwise, it will multiply the 2 by 5,000 first. Make sure that you put a bracket here. If you can mentally cast 2 and 4 is 6, might as well put 6 there. Here, 6 into 5,000 is 3 million. Right, students? I'm a bit fancied of doing for another 3 years, 3 more hours from now, but it's not fair to us, even 5 minutes from you all, right? So I can go on and doing all the 3 assignments. But you have to be a bit careful. I couldn't do that particular sum. You need to be a bit careful when there are the fractions of week. So you have to pardon me once again. If this is 2 weeks, then you can't put 1 Feb here. No? Then it has to be what? Half of January. That means 15 January. 15 Jan. Then this will be, if it is 4 weeks, you have to count and put 4 weeks. That is 15 Jan, 4 weeks means after 1 month of 15 Jan, it obviously will be 15 Feb. So likewise, you have to make sure that you put the loan account. Then you will have fractures of 1.5. Acceptance period is 1.5. So when you have a 1.5 figure, you round up. If you have 1.5 months, when you are giving a facility, you have to give for months. No, you have to round up. You know the meaning of round up, right? Round up. When you round up, it becomes 2 months. But only thing in the base of calculation, you have to say that you have rounded up to 2 months. But actually, there is no 2 months period. That's only 1.5 months. But you are giving a facility, you have to round up and give. Right? That is to satisfy this 4 weeks equal to 1 month. So you are going into 1 month basis. So like this. So this kind of a question was there in the last of the previous one. Even in my assignments, it will carry. I will not remember what the this thing is. So that you have to read to this thing, and students, if possible, do this summers as well. That is rewarding facility assignment 1, question number 6. So you find 2 raw materials establishing on 2 different intervals, right? Do the sum and give a feedback through email or WhatsApp. It's better if you can come on WhatsApp at this thing. And I'm not very biased on the people who are, not that I'm showing very biased on the people who are doing the exam this time, but I'm a bit, sincere to them because they are doing the exam this time, and there are one of my students also. So you do the past papers also, and if there's a difficulty, and come back to me, referring to the people who are sitting for the exam this time, and others also, do the question number 6 and try. Right? And a little bit of a difference. These 2 LCs are opened in 2 different intervals. Right? And figure out how we are going to put that. There's a question, Shannon, yes. Can't we propose permanent order of purchase? Aha! Shannon, just tell me where they are in credit department. They purchase raw material tea and for goods rig purposes. Right. Haha, I knew, Shannon. Right. This is the conflict that you and I always have, right? You try to grab the customer, we like to grab the transaction. Yeah, right. You can have a POD, provided you take the head of the headache of the collaterals and every kind of thing. Or a short-term loan facility, right? Well, but Shannon, you have to be a very good manager or fund manager if you grant a POD. That is a permanent overdraft, I think you are talking of, right? What happens if a customer gives a check for a leeway? You can't make a lien on it, no. Right? So if your customer, you can't say good is not a credit term, no? Right? Okay, valued customer. So you give a loan facility for 3 million. 3 million POD facility, right? You put a check tomorrow for 3 million. What are you going to do? So you can suffice for 1 cycle only. So that's why I said, unless you are a good fund manager, don't encourage the overdraft. Whether it's a temporary overdraft, nowadays the temporary overdraft are not given. That's why I think you are telling about the POD. But whether it's POD or a TOD, it comes to the same thing. Why is making the trouble of making the recourse towards the customer? You won't be able to recover easily. Right? Understood, Shannon? Right. But nevertheless, behind the exam, no, you can argue. Right? In the mark sheet paper also, they have instructed this I would have sent off the record, but then again, they have instructed the examiners, if the student has argued on a particular facility, give marks. It's no hard and fast rule that you have to give a big tool or a local TR for that matter. If you can argue, no, I will give I am the manager, I know what I am doing, I will give overdraft. That's not your concern, how we are going to manage. You can argue like that, right? So might as well go for a BOD, it's all right. Right, as far as that you have a tag on this thing. But since you are a practical banker, Shannon, I will advise not to go for a POD. You are going to take a different headache for you all, other than the work that load you have. Give that convenient to the trade finance guys. Right. Anything else? Right. So shall we wind up now?